Yo, what is going on, everybody? How are we doing? How are we doing? What's going on, Mario Busters? Hope you're having a good day so far. It is a beautiful, beautiful Saturday afternoon. Just getting everything set up. Excuse my silence. Just letting everybody filter in. It's going to be like, 5-10 minutes before we go ahead and get started with everything, of course. But I hope you guys are all doing great. Get that Twitter message out. And as per usual, I posted the link in chat. If you guys could retweet, just so everyone knows what's happening, what's going on, I would very much appreciate it. Let me go ahead. Let me ping the Discord now as well. All right. Oh, oops. That's not the correct one. What's up, Toby Uchiha? What's up, Lynn? What's up, China Doll? What's up, Lazuko? How we doing? I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. I have my order of gamer subs came today, so I've got some more boost juice that should get us through this long and periling stream. Last one was like 3.5 hours, so I'm just prepared for the worst. What's up, Tiberius? What's up, Yacht? I won't lie to you. I'm not as familiar with some of the jutsus for part 2. Part 1 of Naruto is like absolutely stained into my memory. There's absolutely no way I would forget any of it. I mean, it was like one of the first anime that I ever watched of all time. So like all of it was definitely like very vividly in my memory, going through every single jutsu. Now, I can say I looked through some of these and I was pretty familiar up until around here. Right when you start getting to like the war arc is where you really start to lose me. Like the 5 Kage summit and then the war arc and everything. I probably won't know the jutsu's names. We're probably gonna have to do a little bit of, looking up using Narutopedia, but you know what? That's okay. And I also have, I'm sure I've got some Naruto scholars in chat, so I'm not worried. It's gonna be a great tier list. I pretty much know what most of the jutsu will do, enough to be able to rank them. It's just I might need a little bit of a refresher. It's fine. Part 2 jutsus are pretty underwhelming unless it's from an Uchiha or Naruto variant. Damn, throwing shots out there. Hey, look at that. Tiberius got his 12 months badge. Congratulations, brother. Well deserved after what you did for me yesterday. So, yeah, the Gojo badges are going to start flooding in, which is crazy. When's my next Sakamoto's Day video? Probably either next month, probably, to be honest with you, probably be closer to May, unfortunately, because Assassin's Killer is a very long arc. Not only do I have to write it, I have to have someone edit it. So it's going to be really long. I was thinking of splitting it into maybe 2 parts because of how long it is. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. So yeah, it's definitely coming, but it won't be for a little bit. And honestly, with the anime not out, I'm really in no rush to do those videos, especially because I'll be completely honest with you, the Sakamoto Days videos are purely a passion project. That is something that I sink money into, unfortunately, every couple months to put in, because those videos, they just don't do as well as everything else. So, you know, that's definitely, I want to finish the series. Trust me, it's a goal of mine and I'll do it. It's just, you know, they definitely are not, you know, putting bread on the table. That's for sure. That's definitely more of a me thing. What would be the best jutsu in my opinion? I mean, honestly, I have a lot of favorite jutsus. Some of which are in part 2. Like, I have a lot of favorite Akatsuki members. I have, like, a lot of favorite, you know, Uchiha jutsus. I mean, honestly, the thing about if it's not an Uchiha or Naruto jutsu, it's not really the greatest. I mean, yeah, Kishimoto definitely picks favorites in this arc, we'll say for sure. Part 1 was like the world building and great aspect was a lot of fun, but yeah, mostly just Kekkai Genkai jutsus in the second half of Naruto. No op safe space? You're damn right. Hey, Sir Julius Kingsley, thank you for the year celebration. Appreciate that. Nightbot is on it. Said, please like and subscribe. Follow Nightbot's rules. We're going to get started in like 2 minutes or so. We're going to let a couple people filter in. I know the Naruto streams aren't everybody's favorite, so we probably won't have as big of an audience as we normally do, but that's okay. I'm just glad that I'm able to talk about Naruto. I was honestly watching some old school moments earlier today, and I was like, damn, I missed this show. It's so much fun. It's such a great time. Such an iconic classic show. The 20th anniversary video. Nagi wasn't on the list. But all right, let's get started, guys. Let's get right into it. Appreciate you guys. The community is crazy. Community is great. Best community ever. I think that's apparent. All right. Gamer subs. Let's get into it, guys. Let me zoom out of here. Yeah, it's getting a little crowded on the screen, huh? Let me see if I can enlarge this. Hold on. Like right here. Okay, that's a little bit better. All right. What's up, Noob Kage? How we doing? All right, first up is a Deidara jutsu, which I think this is, I don't know why they split Deidara's jutsu into multiple different ones here. It's a little weird. Oh, well, I guess this is C3, right? I guess that makes sense. So I guess this is just Deidara's basic clay jutsu. Just basic explosive clay, which is a pretty decent ability. If you're Deidara, if you don't have the hand mouths, I mean, literally, what are you gonna do here? Like, this is a pretty Deidara specific ability here. If you don't have the hand mouths, you're kind of screwed, am I right? Are we just gonna go ahead and call that F tier just based off of that alone? I mean, that's pretty damning. You can still use your own mouth. Yeah, I get. Ooh, could you imagine just like a whole fucking mouthful of fucking peanut butter? Sheesh. Yeah, you need way too much prep time to use it. I mean, explosive clay can be pretty devastating. Don't get me wrong. It's a pretty OP ability. Like I said, in in Datara's hands. But as a jutsu in general, I mean, I'm willing to give it C tier just because I feel like just putting it in F tier because saying, oh, well, if you're not Datara, it's a terrible technique you'd never be able to use. I feel like that's a little unfair to the jutsu. Because, again, like, realistically speaking, I mean, like, that's the same reason we put Chidori and Lightning Blade in C and not F tier. Because obviously, if you're just an average Joe, if you just summon Lightning Blade, it's going to be terrible. You'd never be able to use it. So, like, I would be willing to put it in C tier just because, like, it is a jutsu that works. And I would definitely say it's probably a higher tier jutsu than, like, all these basic ass things that I would dare to say sometimes may not even qualify as jutsu. B tier because it's a big ass explosion. However, lightning style disables it. Yeah, the lightning style weakness is definitely a pretty big weakness. The bombs are pretty damaging. They do have Datara's other jutsus sectioned off. Like you can see here, I don't know if you can see it on screen, his like big dragon. His different types of bombs are sectioned off. So this is just basic explosive clay. So I'm willing to just go ahead and say this is a pretty decent C tier jutsu, huh? Is it the bird version? Because the bird legit outsped Gaara's sand, which is faster than version 2 Raikage. I'd say B for raw power. So if I have a taser IRL, I can beat clay jutsu. I'm gonna stick it in C tier. Maybe we can change it for later. But up next is the more subsection of the jutsu, which is, I think this is C3, right? Or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. So C3 is basically the largest, most powerful bomb of explosive clay. Once activated, it becomes an enormous statue that Datara drops on his target from above. It has the explosive power to potentially destroy an entire village. Yeah, it's basically a nuke. Which is pretty OP. So like let's say for example, taking explosive clay off of, oh, you need the mouths to make it. If you are just holding C3 in your hand and drop it, that's pretty big damage. Pretty big damage to say the least. A tier, it's a nuke and Sasuke needed plot armor to survive. I don't know if that's the same ability, right? C0 is Datara's most powerful. You're right. That was a misspeak. I'm sorry. B tier for, let's see. Even Gaara feared it with a Biju. Yeah, it took Gaara's whole entire, just like, he basically sacrificed himself to protect his village in this instance from it. It's a pretty powerful ability, and it's almost impossible to avoid unless you're able to get out of its range, which is very hard to do. Like, looking at the A tier abilities, this might actually just go in A tier because of how devastating it is. Like, honestly, it's in a tier, I would be willing to put it in between A and S. You know what I mean? Because it's so much more destructive compared to anything in A tier. Like, you have the Rasengan, you've got the Onyx Chidori. I mean, you have Sand Tsunami in here, which is pretty powerful. Sand Tsunami, Sand Coffin, Sand Burial. Datara almost did what Pain did to Konoha. A or B, since one, yeah, true. If you go up against an electric user, they can just immediately neutralize it. All right, listen, we'll put it in A tier for now, without a doubt. A tier for now, without a doubt. But, I mean, it's just so destructive compared to everything else on this list. Like, this is like the beginning of something that we will see as we get into more and more part 2 jutsus, which is like, some of these things just really up the ante. Like, there was no jutsu, in my honest opinion, even the jutsus in S tier, besides maybe like the inner toad mouth summoning. that's capable of this much destructive power, right? Damn, man. I kind of want to like make a new tier almost, because like I feel like this deserves to be a higher level. It's literally just a nuke. I guess there are downsides to it, so I'll keep it an A. It's a nuke, and if you can't escape it yourself, then you're basically just condemning yourself to death. So there's downsides. I'll take it. We have the ghetto statue Jubi removal, which is, I don't know what that is specifically called. The Jinchuriki removal. Ghetto statue sounds like a mixtape. I mean, okay, sealing technique, phantom dragons, 9 consuming seals. I'm like, I know this jutsu has a name. Thank you. I mean, this is basically just a sealing ability that lets you steal the tailed beast out of Jinchuriki. It took 3 full days to complete with all 9 of the Akatsuki members. Which, like, this literally just gets bum rushed at the end of the series. Like, literally, they're like, you know what? 3 days is too long for the plot. We're gonna need this to. We're gonna need all of you Biju to immediately just get absorbed instantaneously. I mean, it's basically useless. It has one purpose only. I'm willing to just put it in F tier, or unless any of you want to argue C tier because because you're stealing a Jinchuriki. Or you're stealing a tailed beast. I keep saying the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm gonna get cooked in the comments for that. The 8 dudes. Yeah. The Biju sucker. Yeah, it's just, we'll just leave it in F tier. We won't even go on for long. It's such a specific jutsu. It's such a specific jutsu. No purpose other than, unless there's only 9 Jinchuriki, so I mean, sheesh. Now this is 8 trigrams air palm, which is literally, I remember, it's Akaza's destructive death air type from Demon Slayer, even though this came first, of course. So it's literally, you just, you know, you punch and then it creates a wind thrust that causes damage, but I don't think it's really that great. Other than that, it's actually called vacuum palm. I apologize. Yeah, it's literally just 8 trigrams hit from a distance. I would probably just give it C tier, you know, it's really nothing special at all. Yeah, C tier, pretty mediocre, nothing special. The other 8 trigrams abilities are definitely better, like rotation, 64 palms. This is basically just a level up for any Byakugan 8 trigrams user who needs, you know, needs a little bit of a long range attack, but nothing crazy. Nothing crazy at all. Definitely willing to put it just in C tier. Up next, I don't even know what the hell that is. Is that a Might Guy ability? Is that a Might Guy ability? This, right, hold on. I gotta move the window over. You guys see what I'm talking about? This one right here. Is this a Might Guy ability? What is this? I'm sure someone in chat will be able to tell me what the hell it is. It is a Might Guy ability. Alright, but what one? Might Boom? Is that a real move? Just kidding. Damn it. You can't fool me like that. It's gotta be a Mike Guy attack. I'm trying to look up his jutsu here, and it's not helping me at all. Yeah, I'm blanking out here. Asakujako. Hold on. Morning Peacock. Here we go. We found it. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Speed Demon. Appreciate that. And I was right. It is a Mike Guy ability. I'm telling you. Thank you, Takuba's Curse Technique as well. It is a certain kill taijutsu born from the philosophy of Mike Guy. The principle of this taijutsu is to rapidly increase the body's abilities by opening up to and including the 6th of the 8 gates, and then to strike the enemy down with countless punches. Oh, it's a certain death ability. Started by kicking the enemy into the air, which for most would be an instant kill. The user then jumps into the air in a distinctive stance and begins punching the enemy repeatedly. Bro's already dead and you're just aura-oraing my man into the dirt. The punches are so fast they are set ablaze by sheer speed and friction, which in turn creates a peacock-like fan of flames around the opponent. Once the attack is finished, the enemy will be sent crashing back to the ground. The fire produced is strong enough to burn filler character and evaporates hundreds of water sharks. Oh, okay. So I would say that's an A tier ability. It's also taijutsu, so it can't be chakra absorbed. Yeah, I would say that's an A tier ability immediately. It's instant death. They can dodge it if they're fast enough. And that's the only reason, Lizuko, I'm not going to put that in S tier, is because, yes, you can dodge it. Other than that, like, that's a one-hit kill technique that is just absolutely insane and uses also 6 of the 8, you know, gates, which is just insanely powerful. If we've got the 8 gates here, then yeah, no. Morning Peacock makes sense to put it in A tier. Saiken is the 6th tails, not a filler character. Oh, the fight is probably filler, though. I don't remember that happening in the manga, so. It's only a one-hit kill if they're relative to you, though. Half the Jinchurikis are pretty much filler. Yeah. Hate to say it, but I mean, think about it. This is definitely a better attack than 8 trigram 64 palms or fireball jutsu or anything like that. So I definitely think A tier makes the most sense. Definitely think A tier makes the most sense for sure. Out of everybody. Up next is the Kazekage's Iron Sand, which is pretty fucking OP. I won't lie to you. The Iron Sand, I remember being very insane. It's the most feared weapon in all of the Sand Village. When used in sufficient quantities, the Iron Sand can be equipped in various ways to create useful techniques ranging from large structures to bullet-like particles and multiple striking branches. It's literally like Yorozu. The Iron Sand can also clot up the joints of puppets, making them unusable in battle. It's basically Gaara's sand, but on steroids. It's also able to control and change the shape of the Iron Sand through an electromagnetic field. And when Sasori made the Kazekage into a puppet, the Iron Sand was drenched in poison, which made it even more lethal. Yeah, I mean, the Iron Sand is pretty freaking ridiculously OP in the Naruto universe. Definitely an A ability. I'm struggling to see any downsides besides the fact that you have to carry it with you. Yeah, Sasori dousing it in poison makes it ridiculously OP. I'm getting a lot of A tiers. I see another A plus in the making. Lightning style, maybe it's counter, but well, actually, what I just read, apparently not. It's actually able to It's actually able to go through, lightning, electromagnetic fields. Gotta go now, but make sure Kamui's in S tier. We will, Legend Guy. Don't worry. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, Iron Sand is pretty OP. We'll definitely put that in A tier without a doubt. You can do so much with it. Like, it's actually a very ridiculous ability. And I'm thinking it's almost as OP as Kaguya bow manipulation. Honestly, because you can just do... It's so versatile. It's so versatile. Do we put Iron Sand in S? We might have to. What's up, Rokayan? How we doing? You can use it to fly. There's so many things. Yeah, I think we're gonna put it in S tier, guys. What's up, Dion? Yeah, I definitely think it's S tier. If we're gonna put bow manipulation and Sharingan and shadow, yeah, there's the amount of different things that you can have Iron Sand do is insane. And the fact that it's just that much better than Gaara's individual sand, it's just an upgrade. You can... Sasori even improved it more with the poison. Yeah, it's just absolutely OP. Up next, we have puppet manipulation, more of it. This is the 9. This is Chio's ability. The White Secret Technique, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Which, I mean... I don't know, man. I'm very biased against puppet jutsu. I won't lie to you. I think puppet jutsu is one of the lamest, you know, ideas of the series. I just think it's kind of lame. Although I know these puppets are supposed to be super duper strong. They all have their each, you know, individual, you know, position in the team. Chio's supposed to be pretty strong, but I just... I don't know, chat. Convince me here. Chio's puppets were able to fight Sasori's army. C tier, it's only as good as the user. Yeah, I mean, the puppets are pretty trash. You know, I mean, like, you've got some things like he got sealing abilities, 3 jewels, suction crushing, you know, hidden weapons. It's basically just having 10 different, you know, puppets all at once that each have a different role. But I mean, it's definitely better than regular puppet jutsu, but like, it's just overall, too much work for less payoff. Yeah, Speed Demon, you're so right. Trying it all. Thank you so much for the gifted member. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll say I'll put it in C tier just because it's better than regular puppet jutsu, but it's still trash in the grand scheme of things. Now, after all that shit talk I just had, the 100 puppets that are able to take on an entire country, that's a different story. The performance of 100 puppets is pretty freaking ridiculously OP. As I just talked all that shit about puppet manipulation. I mean, that's crazy. Sasori stated he brought down an entire country with this technique. Even the most elite of puppeteers can't control more than 10 puppets at a time, which is literally all that Chio is able to do. And with all the puppets, they're all coated in poison, which would kill the victim after 3 days of painful paralysis. S tier, Sasori can steal his victim's abilities while using it, and that's why he's the GOAT. They can be destroyed if they have a large attack area, right? Yeah, I guess if you put it up against like Datara's C3, the C3 would blow them all up and probably win. Are you rating how the user uses it or how a normal shinobi would use it? Yes, to a certain degree, right? So like, we rated Lightning Blade and Chidori based off how average Joe Shinobi would use, you know, the ability. Obviously, you know, but at the same time, like abilities like Tsukuyomi, you know, we're rating it on, you know, obviously Joe Shinobi wouldn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan, you know, but Tsukuyomi in general is an amazing ability, you know, so like, sure, if we gave Joe Shinobi, you know, 100 puppets to control, he wouldn't be able to figure it the fuck out. But like the idea of the fact that you can use the 100 puppet technique is, you know, that's what I'm kind of getting at. Like obviously Joe Shinobi wouldn't be as strong as, I don't know if you're picking up what I'm putting down here, but C3 kills like 99% of people with a direct hit, so you can't knock an ability for getting caught in that. Rank it as if that bum Neji was using it. Yeah, I mean, Sakura was able to fight in between it. Most average you can be while also being able to use the jutsu. Yeah. Yeah, definitely A tier, I believe. Definitely A tier. Probably sits right next to Datara's C3 as like a very powerful attack. The opening to the Akatsuki was so great. Honestly, now that we're talking about it, like just looking at the two characters that we got, obviously we got Itachi and Kasame in, you know, part 1, but Datara and Sasori are really such an awesome pairing to start part 2 off with. Like, even I remember being a kid watching it. Datara was one of my favorite fucking characters in the entire series for no reason. Just like C3, Datara using it literally is able to blow up the entire sand village if Gaara doesn't stand in the way. And then you've got Sasori, who obviously, you know, the whole Land of Thys, you know, scenario doesn't actually happen in the canon, but it's still stated supposedly that he's able to take on an entire country with the performance of 100 puppets. So like, these two characters really do show so much danger, and they really up the stakes so high for part 2 of Naruto. Which I feel like definitely stays around for a decent amount of time. The beginning of part 2 Naruto is great. I think part 2 Naruto still has a lot of the charm. The beginning of it does, at least that part 1 does, for sure. Next up, we have Kakashi's Kamui. Kamui, whatever you want, however you want to call it. Now, definitely different than Obito's Kamui. Two entirely different things. However, it's a pretty OP ability regardless. While you can only use it a couple times, you know, I think Kakashi can only use it once or twice. It's pretty much a one-shot if you can catch someone in it. We see it literally take one of Datara's arms, luckily. Now, here's my only thing to say. If you don't one-shot, the severe drawbacks are you're gonna get fucked. But then again, that's also Kakashi. If you don't have those drawbacks, you can pretty much use both sides of Kamui as much as you want. So I see everyone going for S. But like, you probably will get one shot. I did promise Legend Guy would give Kamui S tier. How are the 10 puppets in C tier when Shio fought Hanzo with them and also destroyed a ton of the 100 puppets? Because, you know what? 100 puppets is better than 10 puppets. That's my answer. Blocking isn't an option. That's a really good point, you first. That's a really good point in regards to Kamui, is you really can't block. If you get caught in it, you get caught in it. Lynn says A tier because you'd be in the hospital after using it. There are a lot of drawbacks. I'm torn. High A or low S? You can also enter the Kamui dimension with Kakashi's Eye. You can counter the teleport though, kind of a block if you think about it, like Minato. I'll say top of S. We can revisit Kakashi's Kamui when we get to Obito's Kamui, huh? Top of S. I just I don't know. I'm kind of torn here. Left eye. Long-range version, the user looks at a target and creates a barrier space around them, with the barrier size being determined by the user. When the user concentrates, anything within the barrier is pulled towards its center, transferring the target to Kamui's dimension. Later can make the barrier space large enough to teleport the entire demonic statue to the outer path's head. Just full on decapitate you. Additionally, it's viable to transport only selected body parts to mutilate his enemies, inflicting mortal wounds, and defense against this is impossible. Kakashi eventually learns to create the barrier around himself, allowing to teleport just as Obito does. Yeah. Yeah, you can literally just insta win. Especially when you fully mastered it. Yeah. Yeah. Without a doubt. S tier. S tier without a doubt. It's definitely up. It's pretty high up there. It's basically an insta win, no doubt. So like it's a better instant win than, you know, Morning Peacock. It's, yeah, top of S. You need good aim. Seems like once you figure out the jutsu and you're able to actually control it and use it to the best of its ability, you can just literally just wah 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 bam, take out someone's head. That's conjecture, though. There's lots of defense for it, like moving slightly to the left, like Datara did. But the problem is when Datara moved slightly to the left, Kakashi was still barely knew how to use the jutsu and didn't have the full ability of it. It literally said he struggled to actually create the barrier that would then implode. Whereas once you're fully mastered, Kakashi probably would not have had that problem. And it's still good even if you don't get the one shot, and you can also teleport yourself. So yeah, it's just, yeah, definitely, it's, yeah, top of S, 100%. Without a doubt. We're not gonna get stun locked on Kamui for too long. I think it's pretty fair. This list is too limited. There are those that fit just in between those that sit at the top. Also, Data is hella fast when flying, underrated speed, to be honest. I think it's fair. I think right now, I think that's fair. I'm not mad at that whatsoever. That being said, up next, we've got Sai's Ink ability, which I'm not even sure what the specific name for it is. But pretty lame. Absolutely garbage ability, if I'm not mistaken. Just trash. Just trash. I mean, sure, he can create whatever he draws, but like C ability. It's solid but not exceptional. Mimicry, and it's a C tier. It's versatile but lacks power. Able to combine ink with the body flicker to create a more effective cover-up. Most notable talent is his skill as an artist to create drawings in mere moments. These are artistic skills as a source for his super beast imitating drawing. Can quickly, expertly draw objects onto their scroll. The moment the brush is removed, the images leap from the paper and grow to life size. Sai is able to turn the words he writes into small animals, allowing them to travel unnoticed. He can produce explosive tags. Blah. He creates giant birds to transport himself or others, lion-like monsters. He can create ink clones of himself. He can create large humanoids that resemble the benevolent kings, which possess enough strength to completely destroy Datara's clay birds, which are already in C tier. Yeah, okay, he can seal someone. I'm not seeing much, you know, impressive stuff in this, guys. I think this is looking pretty C tier to me. Dion said it's not trash, it's just kind of mid. No, it seems pretty bum to me. The clay bird one-shot the Three Tails. The clay bird one-shot a Biju. I don't... When did... Alright. Is this not filler? No? All right, hold on. Don't worry. Hold on. Hold on. Beast capture took place much earlier in the manga, but played out in the same way as the anime. Toby and Datara confronted the beast, to which it responded by beginning to chase Toby. Molded an explosive clay fish in an attempt to devour it. It was unclear if this marked the end of the battle, as the remainder of the battle went unseen. As the two towed the three tails. This is looking like a little cap to me. When did this happen? This is looking a little cappy cap. And the seal separate the ink. We're gonna keep that there. Yeah, we're gonna go with C tier for sure. Ink Beast go to C tier. Good for C tier for sure. And also, it's not the clay bird technique, it's just the explosive clay in general as the jutsu that's in C tier. Explosive clay in general is a C tier ability, because if average Joe Schmo uses the ability, I mean, meh. All right, here we go. We got Biju Bomb, which is pretty OP. Pretty OP. I'm just not sure exactly how. Is it as strong as C3? Should we just immediately default to A tier? Really putting ink under a fireball jutsu? You're damn right I'm gonna put ink under fireball jutsu. I would much rather have fireball jutsu in my arsenal than that bum-ass ink jutsu all day, every day. S tier, you're basically spamming nukes. A tier, Emoshinobi can't block it, but the charge time is a killer. Biju bombs are pretty fucking strong. I won't lie to you. And also has multiple different uses. It's been used multiple different ways. The Rasengan was completely based off of the tailed beast ball. I mean, huge, big damage, can be spammed. B tier, it goes hard but too easy to counter and too taxing to use continuously if your name isn't Naruto. It's pretty damaging. It's pretty strong and has the ability to destroy an entire village. I'll definitely say top of A. I'll put it right next to C3 for sure. I'll put it right next to C3 for sure. Honestly, I could see an argument for S tier because you're just able to just fire it, as opposed to C3 where it's like you've got to have the statue, blow the statue up, you know? You can probably fire multiple Biju bombs, and there's also all the different things you can do with it. DHWW said, I changed my opinion. It's an S tier. Literally no one is blocking except Hashirama level Shinobi. Who are you fighting that's blocking a Biju bomb? Hmm. It's tough. I can't really decide. So the Biju bomb, because like that's what I mean where I'm saying it's like, I feel like I do need to make, yeah. I do. I need to. Is everyone okay with that? SA plus I feel like has to be a thing. I feel like A plus has to be a thing. There's no other way to do it. There's like a level in between S and A, it seems like. Yeah, it makes more sense. Cool. Yeah, I think I think we're gonna have to, I think that's how we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to make an in between. We're gonna have to make an A plus. It's just, there's a difference. Like, these are clearly much more powerful because they are just versatile, or they're one-hit kills, and they severely immediately are game changers. These are strong attacks that are literally able of destroying villages, but I wouldn't put them on the same tier as like these abilities, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would definitely say A plus makes sense. I think we need to have an in-between ability because some of these are just so much more destructive than these. It has to be done. And then I think moving this down to this, I think it makes the most sense. I think it makes the most sense. All right, up next is Chidori Nagashi, which I mean is, I think, definitely a little bit better, you know, suited. It's just like basically an AoE Chidori. It might be, you know, I'd say it's a solid B tier. AoE Stunlock Lightning. Yeah, I think B tier for Chidori Nagashi makes sense. It's definitely just as versatile as like something like Fireball Jutsu, you know, any of these abilities. It's I think Chidori Nagashi makes sense. Literally, again, just Chidori, but outside of you, and makes things very hard. And it's also just really good defense. I can beat it wearing a rubber suit. Listen, okay, fair enough. I won't argue that. That's why it's B tier. But that's a pretty easy one compared to the ones that we were just going over before. That's a pretty easy one. Up next is the Joshin ritual, which I'd probably say is just basic C tier. I mean, it makes you immortal, which is definitely a plus. But like, in order to actually cause damage to your opponent, it's so trash. You have to be inside the circle. You got to get your opponent's blood. You know, once you get there, you know, you're pretty much one and done. But like, there's so many steps to make. So many steps to take. Sir Julius is willing to say F tier. I think the immortality is a pretty big plus. I think that's enough to put it in C tier of all in general, you know. Being able to survive, unless you get, of course, getting decapitated and then, you know, hidden away from your body for all of life is definitely one of the worst things that could ever happen to you. But Joshin Ritual really relies on your opponent not knowing about it. That's also pretty fair. Yeah, carried by immortality. C tier makes sense. Definitely, I can see C tier without a doubt. If the enemy's faster, you can't even hit them. Higan can die of starvation or not making offerings. Fair. Okay. I think C tier makes sense. I think there are some advantages, but there are definitely some heavy disadvantages. You know, I'd rather be a Joshin merchant than, a Lion's Barrage merchant or a puppet controller. You know what I mean? I think that's pretty reasonable to say. I think that's all pretty reasonable to say. Now, all things aside with that, the next thing that I would definitely mention, Kakuzu's ability. Kakuzu's jutsu is interesting. He has 6 hearts. So, that's a plus because you have like 6 lives, almost like you're a cat. But other than that, I mean, I wasn't really that big of a Kakuzu fan. I never really thought, his jutsu was that cool. And I thought the whole, Shikigami, familiar, having separate pieces that each, have their own element. Obviously, it was enough to fight Hashirama, but, I don't know. Rokeyan, thank you so much for the $10. Kakuzu's Jiangu threads are S tier. He has just literally, he was just literally Shinobi Joe. Longevity, durability, and having 5 bodies with each heart. Also, jutsu and chakra of the enemies whose hearts he steals. Wasted character. Dion says A tier. Toby says easy S tier. Kakuzu's heart should be A. It can do combination jutsu, so the jutsu they combine fire can't be countered. Good concept. Let's see. Is a ninjutsu technique used by Kakuzu. After being shunned for his failure, turned his anger against his villagers by stealing his most prized kinjutsu. Jiangu creates dark tendril masses within Kakuzu and allow him to steal the hearts of others, extend his life, and take the original owner's elemental chakra affinity. The hearts of 4 other slain shinobi are housed within these tendrils, granting him their elemental affinities. Each elemental spirit takes the form of a mask and has a black tendril mass and heart. They can each be controlled by Kakuzu, whether inside of his body or outside, and for outside, the mask will burst stitches on his back, and they control the elemental jutsu affinity. Grants him access to all 5 powerful elemental styles. These elementals can be killed if countered by powerful enough opposing attacks. So that basically they open you up to all the different nature elements, but you do have to have enough strength to beat all of the different ninjas with the nature affinities and get those hearts. It's a good ability. It's a good jutsu. It's definitely pretty versatile. I could see it being a B or A ability, right? Thank you for the $2, AMV University. It was like Bond's ability, S tier. Can you steal kekkai genkai? It looks like you're only really stealing, quote unquote, the nature affinities. You're not really just stealing the opponent's jutsu and their abilities. You're stealing their heart and you're stealing their nature affinity to gain access to all of those, powerful techniques. So no, I don't think you can steal kekkai genkai. I always thought it felt like a B tier in general. You can be classed as a mortal if you can get one, but you can get one tapped by one jutsu. JWP, thanks so much for the 5. Is that reanimation in A tier? It's literally unbeatable unless you have sealing jutsu, which is super rare. If you're in a 1v1, it's godly since you can jump. Right, JWP, but but Edo Tensei, if you don't go grave robbing beforehand, I mean, it's pretty much bound by what you can steal. I mean, sure, you can reincarnate 100 people, but if you don't grave rob 100 people, yikes. Jutsu's kind of useless. Yeah, I would say Kakuzu's ability is A tier because not only do you have the added 6 lives ability, but like you get access to all the different nature elements. I would definitely put it in a tier above like Fireball Jutsu, Wind Scythe, you know, basic jutsus like this that are strong, but you know, this definitely has a tier above all the different ones. It's just because you can then gain that person's nature ability and then just gain access like to water. And then again, if you can put those hearts inside of you to where if someone kills you, you can just start, you know, connect yourself to the other heart. You can destroy them with a large range attacks. There are definitely weak points and vulnerabilities, so I definitely wouldn't put it in S or A+, but it's definitely an A tier ability. So I think I think Jangu is a pretty good jutsu. I think A tier for sure. Definitely a better immortality jutsu than Hidan. Again, just to gush about the Akatsuki for a little bit, I love that the Akatsuki pairings are like, they're two somewhat similar characters. Hidan and Kakuzu, great pairing. I think their addition to Naruto is really cool. I think that because Kakuzu has a habit of killing his partners, Hidan being immortal, fits. Like, they have such a great pairing because they don't just play off of each other because they have to. They have multiple different reasons why they play off of each other. So super cool. I think Hidan and Kakuzu, their whole arc in the series was really cool. I'm a fan. Their two immortality abilities go hand in hand, just like Deidara and Sasori's art country controlling abilities. You know, country demolishing abilities, I should say, is probably a better verbiage. Super cool. I think they were a great addition to the Akatsuki as well. Nothing but good things to say about them for sure. Now, that being said, up next, we've got Rasen Shuriken, which is... Rasen Shuriken is just, wow. What an ability. While it's super duper hard to actually develop, Naruto was probably the only person that will ever be able to do it. It's such a strong jutsu. I know a lot of people are probably in chat right now fighting for life to put it in S tier. No, I see A+ actually. AV Universe thing that was for the $2. If Hidan's immortality was like Bond, then S tier, nah. Hidan's immortality trash. The Rasen Shuriken was invented by Naruto Uzumaki, which basically just combines his wind style with his Rasengan, and also requires with the help of 2 shadow clones. Oh, by the time of the Naruto the Last, he can make Rasen Shuriken on his own, which is OP. Requires a great deal of chakra to perform. Blah, 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 blah. Tell me what the ability does. After traveling a certain distance or colliding with a target that it can't slice through, the central sphere of the Rasen Shuriken detonates, producing a vortex of wind in the immediate area. Within this vortex, countless microscopic wind blades are created, so many that even the Sharingan can't count them all. That's an insane feat in and of itself. The wind blades pierce every cell in the body, disconnecting them from the chakra circulatory system, which is also OP. I forgot about that. The target loses their ability to create and mold chakra, which makes it damage that cannot be healed by medical jutsu. Tsunade likens the damage to poison and warns that if the damage is great enough, those affected by it won't be able to use Jutsu again. Which is insane, right? Like, if you get hit by Rasen Shuriken, not only does it have the potential to already just cut through you because it's an insane ability on its own, but if it doesn't, it literally just, you know, implodes and creates a giant explosion where all the microscopic wind blades literally sever you from your chakra network. Like, insane. Yes, it requires a lot of buildup and setup. But by the time of the end, after completely mastering it, the Rasen Shuriken can be created on its own without aid and can also be remotely guided. It's a super strong ability. I think A plus without a doubt. A plus without a doubt. I don't think it's S tier, but I definitely think it's an A plus ability. You can throw it, you can physically strike people with it. It's definitely a super duper hacks ability. I don't think it hits S tier. Don't think it hits S tier. But yeah. I mean, it also destroys your own body though, unless you have a Sage mode, if we're being objective. A plus. I think A plus makes sense. It would be S tier if there weren't other downsides to it, but A plus, it's a ridiculously strong ability. See, with the S plus category now, installing this made this type of argument so much easier. Yeah, definitely, because I definitely would have been struggling trying to put it between S and A without a doubt, you know? Because, like, putting Rasen Shuriken on the same tier as regular Rasenkan is insane. But putting it on the same tier as Flying Raijin, I don't know. It's a good in-between. You can seal it in a scroll or absorb the attack. Yep, which we'll definitely keep it in S because there are just, you know, downsides to it. But yeah, no, super duper strong ability. Chris HD, thank you for the 5. If I could have 3 Jutsus IRL, which would I pick? If I could have 3 Jutsus IRL, probably Kimimara's Bone Kekkai Genkai. I don't know if Kekkai Genkai is not allowed, then I'll probably choose Flying Raijin as my #1 pick. But yeah, I mean, that would be my #1 pick. Kaguya's ability, or I keep saying Kaguya, Kimimaro Kaguya. If I can't pick Kekkai Genkai, then I would definitely pick Flying Raijin. I would definitely pick... I don't know. Now you got me thinking. Now I'm looking at some of these Jutsu, because a lot of these, some of the most OP ones are required, are just Kekkai Genkai, so... Definitely Shadow Clone Jutsu for sure. And then I guess Iron Sand, but meh. Ask me the last. I'll pick my top 3 once we're through all of them, but yeah, those are definitely some of the best Jutsu, I would say, for sure. All right. But we're moving right along. Rasen Shuriken goes right into A+. Next is Sugetsu's Jutsu, which is pretty OP. You're just literally water, right? I have to look this up a little bit more to get a reading on it, but the Hozuki clan is just insane. Hydrification. Here we go. Hydrification Jutsu. Hallmark of the Hozuki clan allows the user to liquefy any part of their body at will. I need to see what the downsides are. Gengetsu can also liquefy into a mixture of oil and water, but it's not clear if it can be used by other members. When the user is struck by a physical attack, the impacted area becomes liquid. The user can then solidify back into their original form. It's a pretty ridiculous ability. They can pump water into their muscles to increase their strength, shoot water from their fingers as an attack, or use their bodies to douse targets. Despite the versatility of their liquid, it renders them very vulnerable to lightning release. It seems like so many things that are OP, like Daidara's explosive clay, and now this are just instantly beaten by any kind of lightning release chakra. But it makes sense that this would fall victim to that. If a Hozuki is captured and placed inside a sealed container, they will be unable to move or escape. Damn, RIP. You put boy in a water bottle, they're fucked. It's a pretty decent ability. I'd probably put it in, like, just without seeing any of your opinions, I'd probably put it in B tier. But I'm interested to hear what you guys would say about that. Aaron Yeager, thank you so much for the $2. Thoughts on a ranked Bankai list? Top 3? I did do an all Zanpakuto ranked video. If you haven't seen it, definitely go check it out on the channel. And I put my best Zanpakuto there. But like, if I had to do top 3 Bankai off the top of my head without getting too far into it, I mean, Yamamoto's Bankai is OP. The 8th Kenpachi's Bankai really just eats the entire world is OP. A lot of the light novel Bankais are OP. But yeah, go check out that Zanpakuto video if you haven't seen it. And Chris HG, thank you so much for the 5. Personally, I picked Sharingan, Flying Raijin, and Shadow Clones. If we could pick Kekkai Genkai, I would definitely pick Sharingan. I would double up. I would have my mom be Kimimaro Kaguya clan, and then my dad be Uchiha, just to make the most OP motherfucker in the entire world. Anti-tank the tailed beast bomb. You can use a water source around you to make you even stronger. Low A being a pressure washer sounds cool. Important note, even if you hit him while he's off guard, he'll still become water. He doesn't need to activate it, which is even OP. It's almost very similar to like Kamui to a certain degree, just doesn't have all the extra stuff. It's a pretty versatile technique, you know. It's better than substitution jutsu, that's for sure. Maybe it does deserve to go in A tier. Cause like there's also other uses too. You can spit water from it, like, you know what I mean? I mean, it's a pretty glaring weakness that you can be immediately countered by lightning, but it's a pretty reasonable ability. Definitely a pretty reasonable ability. I'd be much more than happy putting it in A tier. The only reason I wouldn't put it in S is because, again, it gets auto-negged by lightning. And if you get anyone, like if you put them in a sealed container, so like if you have earth or metal release, or there are other downsides to it as well. You can still be trapped or sealed, exactly. You can fuse with other large bodies of water, which makes it pretty strong as well. Yeah, I think A feels right. It's a pretty OP ability. And again, just the fact that like it basically makes you not immortal or invulnerable, but it makes you pretty hard to get hit by regular attacks. OP. Jugo's curse mark probably would go in the same class as the other curse mark, no? I would imagine it's Jugo's. Isn't Jugo's curse mark his clan ability, right? He can consume curse seals. I would imagine it's Jugo's jutsu where he could absorb the yeah, he can absorb the curse marks. Sage transformation, I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. So let's go into this. Sage Transformation, a way of obtaining Sage Mode using a bodily reaction exhibited by members of Jugo's clan. By exposing their special body fluids to natural energy, they gain increased physical capabilities and the ability to perform various shape-shifting feats. This transformation is a multifaceted ability that permits them to achieve feats ranging from creating various weapon-like appendages to even consuming other human beings, as well as a general increase in their physical capabilities. Let me just make sure that's what they're... Do we see Jugo anywhere else? I don't see Jugo anywhere else. So I'm going to imagine this is Jugo's clan's kekkai genkai. So yeah, I would say it's A, right? Just base, or would we put it in B? Biological manipulation, natural energy usage, and it absorbs autonomously. Jugo can absorb nature energy, unlike other curse marks. You can go flamethrowers from your feet. True. True. I'm finding if you use it too much, you can go insane. I'm probably willing to put it in a B tier. I don't know if it makes A tier. I don't know if it makes A tier, guys. I'd say top of B, right? I can become Iron Man. You can make extra hands to make hand shields. Got Aaron Yeager saying A. The nature energy absorption is pretty OP. I'm going to leave top of B. I'm not convinced it's as good as the other things on this list. Just not convinced. I'm gonna say top of B for right now. Maybe I'll get changed. Up next is Datara's Clay Dragon. I don't know what the name of that... C2. Let's see what makes it different. One of Datara's specialties that requires the use of both his palm and mouths is creating a large dragon capable of flight. And while Datara is safely on its back, dragon can spit out smaller clay figures. It's pretty OP. Oh, you got the landmines. You can make the smaller dragons. The independent missile creatures take the form of a greatly reduced version. Each is capable of tracking their target and producing a significant explosion proportional to the size upon contact. They take substantial amount of clay from the original. It limits the number, blah, blah, blah. Can produce clay mines at the expense of clay that take the form of small spherical creatures, which can be subsequently manipulated to force opponents to fight. Like the mine ground, which is dope. I would be willing to put this... I'd be willing to put this in A tier. Not A plus like C3, but I'd be willing to put this in A tier. It's basically a flying bomb factory. Yeah, it's pretty OP. Definitely better than anything in B tier. But I wouldn't put it in anything higher than that. I would definitely say A tier is reasonable. Hard counter by lightning. As per usual, all of the clay earth style is unfortunately immediately negged by lightning. Yeah, I think A tier makes sense. Stormy weather negs it. I guess that's fair. Yeah, definitely don't use this ability on a rainy day. But again, I think making a giant dragon that makes you fly high in the air at high speeds, you can shoot giant, smaller dragons of missiles that can track you. You can make landmines, and yeah, I think it's a pretty OP ability. He outmaneuvered Curse Mark Stage 2 Sasuke. I mean, it definitely. I don't know if I would say it. He outmoved him, but definitely, I A tier. A tier. Now, next is C4, which I have to say, definitely I have to put on the same level as C3, if not potentially even higher. C4 is ridiculously OP. So basically, very similar to Rasen Shuriken, it attacks you on a microscopic level. It releases a cloud of microscopic bombs that enter the bloodstream. If you inhale them, or if you're just in the vicinity, you're fucked, you're cooked. If you are anywhere near this attack, and it's got a long range, pretty much almost as long as the C3 range, which is an entire village. And then once they detonate, they literally disintegrate you at a cellular level. And later on, apparently, as I'm reading here, apparently, while fighting Onoki when Deidara is an Edo Tensei zombie, he makes an alternate method by forming a small Klebi Stay statue of himself and doing those. So it's almost impossible to avoid unless you're fucking Sasuke with the ability to course the lightning through your body, right? That's how Sasuke gets out of it, I'm pretty sure. It might even be S tier because it's almost a guaranteed W. It's also a clone, so you can't know which is which. It has no defense. There's barely anyone who'd know what was happening. Yeah, honestly, it's an S tier ability. Still stormy weather negs. I love that. I love that Deidara is just immediately just immobilized by a rainy day. If you don't have a Sharingan, then it's an invisible cloud that you just see slumping. That's coming towards you, and you can't block it or Chidori if you can't see it. Yeah, it's almost a guaranteed W for anyone, again, that isn't Sasuke. Like, it's actually insane how OP it is. Yeah. It's pretty high up there. I'd say it's probably right now the #1 jutsu. I'd probably put it's definitely up there, right, with Kamui for sure. Flying Raijin I still think is the best jutsu so far, but it's because Flying Raijin would definitely get you out of this situation. One of the only jutsus that would, frankly. Yeah, but yeah, C4 is insane. C4 is insane. You also have C0, but I would probably put C0 more on the same level as like C3, right? Maybe even less than C3 because it's almost a guaranteed, you know, kamikaze attack. Is it stronger? It might cover more ground than C3, so maybe that's why I don't know. But here, let me see. Kamikaze attack uses a last resort. A 10-kilometer blast radius. Okay, I guess my question is how long is 10 kilometers? Definitely bigger than a village. It's a couple villages. Yeah, oof. Yeah, that's big oof. Yeah, definitely more damage than C3, that's for sure. Sorry, I'm a dirty American. I don't use the metric system. I don't know what to tell you. Any and all jutsu are trash if you have to kill yourself. Yep, definitely fair. Definitely fair. I'll say yeah, A. Definitely that aspect of things definitely drops it down to A for me. It's definitely super duper strong. An average nuke has approximately 20-kilometer range, so it's basically a half nuke, which is insane. Yeah. So I'll put I'll put top of A, just because it requires self-sacrifice, which is not a very good deed. Whereas C3 does not require self-sacrifice all the time, not always. It could, but it's not required. It's required here. Can't use it when raining. True, Sir Julius. Forgot that. All right. Let's zoom out again, please. Let's zoom out again, please. Up next is Rinnegan, which I think is pretty obviously it's gonna go right next to Sharingan here. Rinnegan is absolutely insane. Instant S tier without a doubt. Instant S tier. Why? The Rinnegan is basically just, you know, Sharingan 2.0. It gives you access to all the different nature elements. It gives you access to the 6 paths jutsu, which whether you're Nagato or you have the 6 paths of pain, absolutely insane. Yeah. S Pain couldn't even properly use it. Yeah, 6 paths of pain wasn't even the full amount of, you know, power. So yeah, Rinnegan itself is S tier without a doubt. The different things that you can do with Rinnegan, like I said, it's basically if Sharingan is S tier, Rinnegan is S without a doubt. Uzuku said the Rinnegan is A because of the summoning path. Damn, said, yeah, you're... That's crazy. Said, yeah, summoning path drops it down 2 tiers, though. All right, up next is Odama Rasengan, or Giant Rasengan, which is literally just big boy, which is literally just big Rasengan. So I think I'm just going to put that... right next to the Rasengans there. Is that the summoning path? It's just Rinnegan in general. Giant Rasengan, I don't feel confident putting Giant Rasengan in a tier above regular Rasengan. It's just a bigger Rasengan. Who cares? Now, up next is, I'm pretty sure this is the chakra absorption ability of the Rinnegan, which, is this just an instant S as well? Are all of the Rinnegan abilities just about to be fucking S tier? The chakra absorption is, I can't even think of an argument to not have it in anything but S. Thank you for the $2, AMV University. What about the Byakugan? Byakugan is down here in A. We're not moving it up to A+. I think it sits pretty comfortably in A. Yeah, the Chakra Jutsu absorption ability is just an instant S tier ability. Like, it beats almost everything. Literally beats almost everything. There's a limit to how much it can absorb. That is true. That is true. I still think it would be an S. Only way to counter it is to which is like you're very rarely gonna get overloaded with chakra, right? And also, I mean, I guess you have the downside of if you absorb sage energy and you don't know how to control it, you can fuck yourself. But like chakra absorption is, I like I said, I really can't find any reason to not put it in S tier. It's pretty much just an instant no you. Like V2B got sapped up in a snap. That's madness. True. Yeah, I think chakra absorption is an instant S tier. Like I said, anything that comes after it. I mean, unless you're like, you have Kamui or like, yeah, certain things I guess are hard to, but like this is just, any jutsu underneath this is just like, nope, I changed my mind. This doesn't happen anymore. It also gives you back life force. Yeah, we don't even need to talk more about it. It's just obvious S tier. Obvious S tier. The 6 paths of pain. 6 paths of pain is pretty OP. A plus is the placeholder for right now. I'm taking arguments for moving 6 paths of pain into S tier. Because again, just most Rinnegan jutsu are just so ridiculous. The 6 paths of pain is OP. How is Edo Tensei not S-class? Because you have to go grave robbing to get all the bodies. That's why. Six Paths of Pain is basically all the Rinnegan abilities. 6 Paths is B because they're body reliant. The new animal path was not fast as the others, so one has to sacrifice himself for her. Jiraiya only lost to 3 paths, which is pretty OP. The fact that like you basically just have the ability to jump people with all the already OP insane Rinnegan jutsu, like as we're gonna get into, it's just and like you don't even have to use your real body for the 6 paths, as Nagato shows. Like, maybe Nagato's a special case, but like, it's pretty OP. Yeah, I say 6 paths is S tier. I think 6 paths is is S tier for sure. He almost took out Konoha by himself. Yeah. Also remember when Obito used it and it was busted. Yeah. The fact that Obito tried to pull up with 5 Jinchurikis as his 6 paths was crazy to me. Just crazy to me. Yeah. Crazy. Do we think we should move Rinnegan and Sharingan to A+? Just because, like, I feel like looking at these, some of these are like instant win techniques. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? Like, you're not an instant win just for having the Sharingan or the Rinnegan. I mean, sure, you're pretty much almost guaranteed an instant win having the Rinnegan. But, like, if you're a baby with Rinnegan, I mean, we're using the baby again. I mean, they're OP abilities, but, like, I don't think they're, like, a lot of these are, like, instant Ws. Shadow Clone Jutsu may drop down as well. I don't think Mangekyo Sharingan is on the list as a separate entity, believe it or not. It's not. Even though Rene Sharingan is, which is weird. You're not instant win because of Flying Raijin then? But Flying Raijin is S for a completely different reason. You basically might as well be instant win with Flying Raijin. And I guess Shadow Clone Jutsu should be A+ too. Multi Shadow Clone Jutsu. I think that makes more sense. Maybe bone manipulation and Iron Sand move down to A+ too. Iron Sand was kind of useless against Sakura. No, I mean, Iron Sand is very OP. But it's not an instant W. I don't know. But I don't want to use instant W as the criteria. I think we're getting too far into the weeds here. Yeah, the OP Kekkai Genkai maybe need to drop. Yeah, okay. I think this makes more sense. I think that makes the most sense. But then that makes you want to drop 6 Paths of Pain. No. No. No, 6 Paths of Pain is still S tier. Because it just separates you immediately. Yeah. Like, would I rather have Sharingan or the 6 Paths of Pain? Yeah, and then Rinnegan should be, yeah, okay. Okay, I agree. Sharingan A+, Rinnegan S tier. Okay, I think I'm comfortable with this. Yes, I think I'm comfortable with this. You know what I'm looking at right now? I'm looking at Rasen Shuriken. Shuriken. I might move Rasen Shuriken up. Or do you think Rasen Shuriken is, I don't know why I keep saying that. Rasen Shuriken is correct in A+. Most people wouldn't benefit too much from Flying Thunder God. I highly disagree. I think just having Flying Raijin in general is immediately instantaneous. All right, let's keep going down and we'll see if I change my mind. But I think I've reorganized enough to make things clearer. Up next is Amaterasu, which I think A plus. Amaterasu's pretty OP. Better than everything in A tier, I would say. I don't think it's as good of a technique as Tsukuyomi, but I think it's pretty OP. Basically, inextinguishable flames that can't be put out unless the user wills it. So if you get hit by it, you're basically screwed. Can be absorbed, or Shinra Tensei Madara removed his armor to dodge it, and Naruto ripped it out of himself with version 1 cloak. You guys are making a pretty good argument for an S tier, but I think right now A plus makes the most sense. It's definitely super duper strong, but there are instances of it being, you know, dodged. A had to cut his arm off. Gaara being able to block it is pretty OP. Up next is the, I don't know specifically what this fire type jutsu is called. But the Great Dragon Fire technique, I mean, it's basically just fireball jutsu, no? User compresses a large amount of chakra built up inside their body and changes it into a dragon head shaped fireball. The user then skillfully manipulates that fire and attacks their opponent. Anyone caught in their technique could potentially be reduced to ashes, so it's basically just a stronger version of fireball jutsu, and you can fire off multiple of them, right? A for the drip. Envy reverse, thanks so much for the $2. Put all the dojutsu in A plus. Absolutely not. I appreciate your dono, but I like Byakugan in A. I mean, like, should I just put this with fireball, or should I put it in A tier because it's a little bit... I mean, I feel like I'm just going to put it in B. Maybe a little bit higher. Probably better than... Yeah, it's... Yeah. It's just fireball jutsu with a little bit of paint. Do I put it on the same level of jutsu as motherfucking Sand Burial and Sand Coffin and all the Rasengan? And no, absolutely not. It's just a stronger fireball jutsu. Now, Corinne. Or Kirin, I apologize. A plus is the placeholder. Or is it just a regular A? What do we think, guys? Where does Kirin sit? A or A plus? A at best, in my opinion. A plus to S plus, it beats Datara. Is that the bar we're setting here? I mean, honestly, Corinne deserves to be asked just of how fucking cool it is, but draws natural lightning directly from thunderclouds to supplement the power of the strike and controls it. Unlike most techniques, This one uses natural lightning, which reaches the ground in 1/100,000th of a second. However, the preparation time required also decreases the technique's efficiency. If there are no active thunderclouds, the user must create them. This technique was powerful enough to completely obliterate a small mountain and Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo. It can only be used once. Yeah, I think A or A plus makes the most sense. I think maybe top of A. You need a lot of preparation, you need a lot of setup. But it's almost an instant win if you do manage to set it up. I think its amount of setup keeps it top of A. It's 1-to-1 with Rasen Shuriken. I don't know if I would say that. Rasen Shuriken completely separates you from your chakra network and you can never use Jutsu again. If you survive Kirin, which Itachi does, Kirin is faster, but you need so much prep time for it. Never mind A, I can tank it wearing a rubber suit. Same with Rasen Shuriken, I disagree. Not as much preparation as Rasen Shuriken, because Naruto at the end of the story is able to just create Rasen Shuriken on his own without shadow clones. I think Kirin is OP. Kirin's definitely a great ability, but I think it just takes way too much prep time. It can only be used once unless you have Amaterasu. I think A makes the most sense. It'd be A plus if you could just spam Kirin. Like, once you set it up, you can just spam Kirin, or it's just something that, like, you can create very easily in the fight. Like, if you could fire that off, like Kirin's, like, Kashimo fires off lightning bolts. Boom. Yeah, I think A makes the most sense. Only being able to use it once nerfs it really hard as well. Very situational attack. Up next, we have Susanoo, which, I mean, give me a reason to not put it in S. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't think, I mean, it's up there, man. Susanoo lets you literally take on an entire army by yourself. Makes you almost invulnerable to most entire attacks, unless you're fighting like Gaara, who can go in and get you out of it. It can be punched through if you're strong enough. I guess that's fair. Susanoo is pretty freaking OP. Like, it's, like I said, you can definitely do as much damage with the performance of 100 puppets, not more. You could probably withstand the damage from C3. You might not be able to take a full Biju bomb or whatnot, but it's pretty up there. Having access to Susanoo makes you a fucking menace to society. Fully complete Susanoo is up there too. Is a fully complete Susanoo. Perfect Susanoo is its own thing. So I think it makes sense to put regular Susanoo in A+, and then we can put perfect Susanoo in S if we want to. But yeah, Susanoo is a very, very powerful ability. It's insanely strong. You could fight an entire shinobi army with that shit. Now, I'm looking at Six Paths of Pain and Susanoo, but I think why I would put Six Paths higher is just because, again, you have multiple bodies, you have all the different techniques of the Rinnegan, whereas this is just great crowd control. You do have some unique abilities that you can gain access to, but I think A+ makes sense. I think A+ makes sense. Susanoo is up there for sure in A+, but I don't think it's S. When something can block the infinite Tsukuyomi, it has to be S. All right. Up next is the Lariat. And now, I mean, the Lariat is basically just another physical attack. Nothing really crazy about it. So I mean, I'm willing to put it in F tier, but I'll let you guys make an argument while I go to the bathroom. So yeah, the Lariat is literally just, you know, and then you just clothesline somebody, which great physical ability, but is it really even a jutsu? Again, I'll let you guys discuss. I'll be right back. But if you don't come up with a good argument, it's going in F tier, baby. All right. What did we decide? Isn't it just WWE with a chakra amp? Pretty much. Lariat is S tier. It almost killed Sasuke. I can tell you where it's not going. No, I'm just kidding, but... If you're physically strong enough like Ishiki, you can just Lariat a perfect Susanoo, so S tier. I don't... No. Absolutely not. Alright, let's settle this right now. Lightning Release Lariat. Lightning Release Lariat is a powerful taijutsu technique whereby the user charges at their opponent, striking them with a lariat move, which can be coated in chakra. A successful strike can blow away a target's entire chest with a direct hit. which may not kill them right away, but will ultimately kill them if they're not treated. The attack is rather straightforward, but very quick, powerful, and is easily capable of knocking down an opponent. Kobe uses the attack and creates a chocolate cloak or chakra bones. Refers to this as his 8th sword next to his 7 conventional katana. Able to pierce Samihara while simultaneously blowing away Kasame's chest. He surrounds himself with lightning release chakra. Signature still of all Raikage. Okay, so it's pretty strong. Pretty powerful. B tier? A tier? Functions like a strong punch. You can dodge or heal the damage. You can only use it if you're light speed. Full Susanoo is very slow. Raikage version probably can't be absorbed. Nothing crazy about it, but it's fine. I would say like B tier makes the most sense. It's just a regular, it's actually just a very powerful lightning empowered physical strike. It can definitely cause some serious damage. I think I'm willing to, because of how much damage it does to you, I'm willing to say A tier maybe. Like I'm looking at some of the jutsu in A tier, like probably does about as much damage to you as like the, you know, yeah, I would be willing to put Lariat maybe low A. And it's the reason why is because it's more than just a physical ability, right? It's actually a lightning jutsu which powers you up, boosts you into full speed, and then has canonically the ability to, as it says, cave in your chest in one blow. So it's supposed to be pretty damn powerful. B tier, it's not cool enough. Can't put it over Jugo's curse mark. Yeah, then looking at some of the things in B tier. Okay, yeah. We'll go with B tier for sure. We'll put it right next to Choji's pills. And the 8 trigrams and substitution jutsu. Think that makes the most sense. We'll put it in high B. A for sure, it beats Datara. I guess that's fair. True. True. Alright, and then we got Karen's ninjutsu healing, which is like if you bite her, she can heal your chakra. C tier, I'm guessing. Maybe B tier, because it's a pretty OP medical ninjutsu, but as support, it's fire, but terrible in a 1v1 confrontation. It's a thirst trap. Let's pull it up. We gotta check, I guess. Through biting and consuming the user's chakra, they can heal the injuries of others as well as themselves. The self-heal is pretty OP. The self-heal, like, if I'm like, that's basically what Yuji's doing, and the fact he keeps biting himself to use reverse curse technique. He's basically stealing a page out of Karen's book. The ability has even been shown to heal life-threatening injuries and is capable of quickly restoring the stamina of those healed. This technique, however, rapidly depletes the user's own chakra reserves, leaving them with a presumably permanent bite mark. Oof. You can only use it maybe more than, you can only maybe use it once a day. Yeah, trash. Yeah, I would definitely put it in like C tier. It's also a fast depletion of your chakra. The fact that it's a really good healing ability and you can use it on yourself, I would definitely say puts it in C tier. However, the fact that you can only use it really once a day, is crazy. Like, and the self heal is good too. Like, you could bite yourself, self heal it, but you can only use it once a day. So it's like basically like you fight, you know, you use it on yourself, and boom. Only Uzumaki can use it, so it won't deplete chakra, and even Karen Uzumaki can only use it once. Sorry, F tier, I'm not about to let every man, woman, and child bite me just to use my ability effectively. I think, again, what puts it in C tier for me is that you can use it on yourself. So, like, even if you don't want to use it as a support ability, you can use it as, like, a self-heal. She healed Sasuke twice in the summit, probably less than an hour. Again, it probably varies the amount of usage. It also depends on probably how much healing you do, too, right? Where does it say Karen can only use it once? All right, let me pull it up again. It is dangerous for one to use this ability too regularly, as Karen normally refrains from doing so more than once a day. So yeah, you can use it more than once a day, but you probably shouldn't. It takes a huge amount of your chakra to use. C tier. Her mother died from overuse. Single day things like, I mean, it sounds like it makes sense. Suppose the one-time use is tied to the amount of chakra you have because it's stated somewhere you have a specified amount of chakra a day. Yeah, exactly. Her mom was spamming it, even further proof that you can't just use it all the time. So you can only probably use it a certain amount of time. And also depletes your own chakra. So look, if you are fighting, why would you want to constantly deplete your chakra? C tier. We're not getting sunlight on this. We're moving on. Soul removal. Yeah, I think soul removal is definitely going to be in high tiers. Maybe A plus. Maybe just regular A. You can also read all their memories in their mind, right? S tier, it's a one shot. Yeah, let's read this confirmation. You do have to make direct contact, so that's why I'm hesitating to immediately drop it in S tier, but let's see. Grants a Rinnegan user the ability to read the mind of any target by placing his hand on the target's head or chest and then yank the soul out of their body. Though it provides intel by getting well-guarded secrets, the technique inevitably kills the target. In battle, the human path is relatively worthless compared to other paths, as Nagato was quick to sacrifice it to protect the animal path. Although the use of this technique usually results in the victim's death, the person's soul can be stored in King of Hell. Again, answer why human path bad in, you know, is there a reason? Is bad in, you know, is bad in regular combat? Same logic as Reaper Death Seal, you can resist it. A plus, it's in the fair need of intimate touching that nerfs it. Naruto even makes a counter strike while it's happening. He's only able to resist because of the Karama chakra. I think A plus. I don't think it gets to S, but I think A plus. Maybe A because it's not really great for battle usage. Like, why can't I get an answer here? Sasuke can easily spam human path, blah, blah, blah. As far as I've seen, I didn't use blah, 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 blah. I don't care about Sasuke. Momoshiki couldn't absorb Naruto's Rasengan. Pain didn't necessarily spam the Prey to Path. He used it a few keys. And they can fight back while you do so. It's an instant kill move, but not an instantaneous one. All right, this is all just yap. I think A+, maybe A. The resisting, you know what, puts it probably in A. The resisting probably drops it in A. You do have to get that intimate touch. You have to grab their head or touch their chest. The opponent is able to resist while you're pulling out their soul. Super high A. Mind quickly going over what jutsu we have in S tier. We've got Flying Raijin in S tier. Let me zoom in. Flying Raijin in S tier. Chakra Absorption in S tier. C0, Kamui, Tsukuyomi, Six Paths of Pain, and Rinnegan. You have to be Biju level to resist it. Individual Rinnegan abilities being over Susanoo by that much is wild. What do you mean by that much? It's one tier. Can't have Kimimaro above pulling someone's soul out. No, you know what? I think top of A. Think top of A. A+ is a tier for sure. All right, we'll put it bottom of A+. That's my one concession. We'll put it bottom of A+. Bottom of A+. Up next is King of Hell. These Rinnegan ones are going to be tough. The King of Hell is a deity that rules over life and death. One who wields the Rinnegan is able to call upon this deity for various purposes, possessing authority over it through the power of the Six Paths. The King of Hell can be called upon by Rinnegan wielders through the power of the Naraka Path. When their user grabs their target and asks them a question, the person's soul emerges from their mouth in the form of an elongated tongue. The King of Hell then grabs the soul using its own tongue, which is split into a pair of arms, and proceeds to pass judgment on them. If the person answers the question dishonestly, the King of Hell will rip their soul out and devour it. If they answer truthfully, it will instead release their soul and spare them. The second ability is the King of Hell can repair any damage done to the 6 paths of pain, which it accomplishes by grabbing their damaged forms with its tongue, consuming them, having the body emerge from the mouth fully rejuvenated, and even wearing a new Akatsuki cloak. Naraka Path can also be used to store a person's body and soul after removing it with the human path, allowing the user to transport the person elsewhere and revive them at a later time. The King of Hell is used for these purposes. The King of Hell is also used as part of the Outer Path Samsara Heavenly Life technique. The King of Hell appears from within a cloud of smoke and rises further, releasing the souls of the dead from its gaping mouth and returning them to their bodies. So let's recount. Very similar soul restriction and potential stealing abilities, same as the ability that we just spent like 5-10 minutes getting stun locked on. Similar to, if not the exact same level as the soul absorption ability. No, it's got to be the exact same, if not better. Yeah, I think King of Hell A+. I think that makes sense. King of Hell is ridiculously OP. And if we're gonna put the human path at A+, then we definitely gotta put King of Hell Naraku path at A+ as well. I just, you know what? It's the preparation for me. I really don't think Soul can be a top. I think top of A. I think top of A because it's so specific to get it in battle. King of Hell goes A+ because it has the extra abilities of revival and healing and everything like that. But I think regular human path stays at A. Do I have a Naruto equivalent to Renji from Bleach? No, I don't think I hate everyone. I don't think I hate anyone in Naruto as much as I hate Renji. But I'm sure maybe if I thought about it enough. But no one annoys me as much as Renji does. So I'll have to get back to you. But for right now, no, that's about it. Oh, Kiba. Kiba kind of sucks. Yeah, fuck Kiba. Kiba's terrible. Why do I hate Renji so much? Because Renji just doesn't do anything good the whole series. He's a bum. He's a bum. I don't actually also it's just jokes. I don't actually hate him with the depths of my soul. I just think he's a bum. Konan's jutsu, paper jutsu, is literally the worst jutsu in all of Naruto. Just literally full on F tier without a doubt. I think, can we all just be in complete agreement with that? Konan's jutsu is straight up ass. A tier, very flexible. 10 trillion vapor bombs, bro. A little oil your whole bag finished. Yeah, like it. One small water jutsu and boom, all the paper is ruined. Like, I feel like Konan's jutsu is so terrible. It's a nerfed version of Datara's technique, but it's not the worst. It's fucking paper, y'all. You guys are crazy. Like fireball jutsu just burns all the paper. Boom, it's done. The sound wave just blow all the paper away. You know? Like it's so terrible. Chigori Nagashi, no paper comes near me. I'm golden. The paper forced Obito to use Izanagi. I mean, I guess. But like that was also with like the amount of preparation that went into that. Like we got to be real here. It's fire and waterproof. We're referring to Narutopedia again. By converting her chakra into paper, Konan transforms her body and clothing into numerous sheets of paper. The initial creation and dispersal of the paper can mesmerize opponents. Konan then controls and shapes, blah, 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 blah. You can create various things such as spears for attacks, origami butterflies for spying, clones for supplementary purposes. She can create paper wings on her back to fly. Wrap her target in paper, restricting their movements and asphyxiating them. Karen's paper is affected in similar ways as normal paper. Oh, okay. Okay, so here's what I remember I wanted to make sure, because I don't know very much about part 2, but this is this paragraph for everyone in chat, because I have to sit here. Konan's paper is affected in similar ways as normal paper. Fire will burn it, oil will cause it to stick together, preventing her from manipulating it, and pain is at one point shown ending the reigns of Amagakure so she can even use her paper more freely. She's later seen using her paper despite the rain, but regardless, I would have to say, didn't he literally end the entire reign so Konan could fight Jiraiya? Yeah, I don't know why we were talking about like it's water and fireproof. I don't know when that was ever a thing. I thought that was the whole reason why she sucked. Her paper is resistant to fire and water that started to go out the window and truly jumped the shark when Konan's paper managed to shield her from Jiraiya's flame bullet. That instance can at least be explained by her water affinity compared to that. 10 things that make no sense about Konan. I mean, this is CBR, not very reliable, huh? Yeah, this seems a little clearly raining and she's using her paper jutsu. What do you think? Oil is more dense than water, and yeah, Jiraiya's oil is probably special. Exactly, oil and water are two different things. Drifting through the air as 100 pieces of weightless paper is probably harder in the rain. It's not really the same as manipulating it in battle to form an attack, which we've already seen she's capable of. I don't really see a contradiction. This is interesting. There is such thing as waterproof paper. Doesn't it feel stupid to have paper powers in a land where it rains all the time? Only weakness is scissors. There's the scene where she explains to Yahiko that she's using oil so the paper doesn't get wet. It doesn't make any sense, but it's anime. Nothing ever makes sense. So you're saying that... ay. It's filler. One between the war arc doesn't even make sense, or everyone just ignores this information. In the third data book, as we explained in some of her jutsus when she was a kid, her paper shuriken was stated to just be scraps of paper that she hardened the chakra to reinforce. Her shikigami dance, however, is stated to be a change in shape, but doesn't go into details. I think she has the skill to turn anything she infused into paper. The way people overrate and underrate Conan's strength is crazy. Underestimate Conan her prep time. It's extremely exaggerated. She prepared 600 billion paper bombs if she had 10 years to make the trap, and so did 24/7. She needed to make 2,000 bombs every second. A single paper bomb can blow up a house. She can do 2,000 times that damage every single second. She almost killed Obito with just her initial attack, which was not prepared beforehand, and forced him to use Izanagi. Without it, Obito would have been dead. Conan's paper technique overpowered Jiraiya's fire style, and her only weakness is oil. She's never ever losing to someone relying only on taijutsu. Her paper form makes her immune to physical attacks, so she can fly. Characters like Tsunade and Sakura have no way of hitting her, and they won't survive getting blown apart by 2,000 paper bombs every second. I did some quick and dirty math. If we assume that 0.6 megajoules is the average energy needed to blow up Destroy House, then that means she created an explosion that was 360 petajoules of energy. Stronger than the most powerful nuclear weapon ever constructed. How is making a number of X paper bombs a fighting feat? How is it different from, say, blah, blah, blah? All right, now we're getting a little crazy. In a fight against Hashirama, she could fly to the top of his wood style and blow him apart with tens of thousands of paper bombs. Now we're getting a little crazy. She can cover an entire battlefield with paper bombs and explode them all, making Flying Thunder God useless. I'm starting to get a little crazy with this now. Because if we're going by this logic, then Conan is just the strongest fucking character in all of Naruto. JWP, thank you for the 10. Also, given that she turns her body into paper, she has the same basic ability as the water guy. You can literally destroy her entire body other than her toes, and she can just reform herself. Why her toes specifically? They're talking about Paper Bomb C, also Hashirama's wooden clone, Tank the Biju Bomb. What's up, Vex? How we doing? A tier at least. She can canonically do that. If so, then that's cool. I think people aren't downplaying the impact of the bombs, but more about how it was carefully planned ambush. She's paying saber attacks against Jiraiya. Conan's below Kage level, and that's just not true. Conan is Kage level? Now we're talking about non-stop, meaning not in a fight, that it means it'll be around 500 because it will be a last resort. Need careful planning. Tamaru can use her summoning to blow them up if possible. This person is in the trenches fighting for Conan. Conan was still countered by Jiraiya and would have lost to him. We don't know any other weakness of her technique. Maybe water can beat her or lightning, plus she needs chakra to do that, so people like Tsunade who can take almost any attack and dodge can beat her. Conan needs time to create those bombs, and Sakura literally survived the aftermath of a Biju, and Tsunade was cut in half. They both have the chakra to buy time until Conan is tired. Yeah, this person is doing tricks. Is doing tricks on it. The only way I can describe. Like, this person is just coming at it like Conan is literally the strongest character in all of Naruto. They beat Kisame. Kisame has nothing to do against her. Minato has nothing to do against her. Tsunade can't beat Conan. Insane. All right. Listen. We've been stun locked enough on this. I'm willing to put it in B tier. She could probably beat Mei if that's the Kage level you're going for. Absolutely. With the lava release and everything, no. You're not telling me that the paper is fireproof enough to withstand lava. I'm willing to admit that the paper is fire resistant. I'm not giving you that the paper is just withstanding lava. That's just not happening. We're gonna do B. We're gonna do B. You have convinced me to not immediately give Conan F. That's as far as we're going, I promise you. I can't believe we just spent so much time on that. She neg diffs people with Byakugan. How is it below A? I'm not putting paper manipulation on the same tier as soul stealing, Kirin, C0, summoning jutsu, Rasengan, sand coffin, sand tsunami. Absolutely not. We get B. Resistance doesn't mean it's immune. Stormy weather. The stormy weather argument immediately. All right, we're moving on. We're moving on. All right. So, I'm going to imagine Shinra Tensei is the one of him over the Leaf Village. So I'm going to imagine that this is the almighty pole, right? What's the pole jutsu called again? Those are the B. I don't remember. I know Shinra Tensei. Bansho Tenin, that's what it is. Okay. Bansho Tenin and Shinra Tensei are both extremely OP. It's a single jutsu that makes an entire Kage level kit. What's up, Who is Ray? How we doing? So powerful they can pull down meteors. It gives you complete invulnerability to all physical attacks plus complete regeneration, and those are just side effects. Oh, you guys are still talking about the paper jutsu. We've moved on. Yeah, I think both Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin are incredible abilities. Bansho Tenin, I think is a solid A tier ability. Shinra Tensei, I would probably put an A plus. I think that's pretty fair to say. Both A plus, they scale to each other. You can do as much damage with the pull as you can do with the push. Also possible to attract multiple targets at once, causing them to collide with each other. You can lift the ground with it, throw it at the opponent. I think Bansho Tenin has a smaller range than Shinra Tensei, though, right? I think Shinra Tensei is just a little stronger, whereas Bansho has an actual limited range. Why are they separate when they're one jutsu? No, there's oh wait, no. Oh, you're talking about the see, we're all on different topics right now. Do you see what Conan has literally done to this right now? We're all talking about like 18 different things right now. We're talking about the different Shinra Tenseis, we're talking about Bansho Tenin, we're talking about Conan still. Refocus. We're talking about push and pull, baby. The ripping and the tearing. Not an S is crazy. I don't think I would put Shinra Tensei on the same level as like C0 or Flying Raijin. Yeah, I think A+ makes I think A+ makes the most sense. Bansho Tenin definitely a really solid A- for sure. Probably right around Byakugan level, yeah. And then Shinra Tensei is pretty significantly OP. Shinra is definitely S tier. Shinra Tensei on the same level as C0, Flying Raijin. I don't see it. I don't see it. Bansho Tenin's what they used to call down the meteor. I think A still makes the most sense. Shinra one-shot all the toads, summons Flying Raijin's not doing that. Well, Flying Raijin is a teleportation ability. Of course, it wouldn't do the same thing as Shinra Tensei would. All right, we're going to be moving on. Up next is Sage Mode. Which, Sage Mode is pretty OP. Sage Mode is pretty OP. Frog Mode is lowest, highest is S. You know what? Let's pull up Sage Mode right here so we can get a full idea. An unempowered state. Oh my god, with these ads. An empowered state that can be entered by blending natural energy with one's chakra, creating Senjutsu chakra. Sage Mode allows users to tap into the natural force of the world, opening up new techniques and allowing them to power up existing ones. Users' physical strength, speed, stamina, reflexes, perception, and durability are enhanced. Everything becomes more powerful. They can manipulate nature energy. Those who have mastered the sage techniques of Mount Myoboku can turn natural energy around them into an extension of their body to increase the reach of their attacks. And people who get the sage techniques of Ryuchi Cave are shown to have the natural energy to breathe life into inorganic substances. They can sense chakra around them and sense attacks without the need to see them. When facing an opponent that can drain chakra, this can prove fatal, which is what happens when it literally turns the Pradapath into a frog, which is crazy. Now the disadvantages. In order to gather enough natural energy to initiate Sage Mode, the user must remain perfectly still, which leaves them vulnerable. Users have at times been shown entering Sage Mode without preparation. Because the user needs to move during combat, the Senjutsu chakra cannot be replenished, which means the user cannot stay within the state for extended periods of time. Naruto states it is possible to lengthen this time limit, though. There are ways to, of course, bypass. You have, you know, the amphibian technique, which have the toads on the side. You can employ shadow clones. Kabuto Yokushi has simulated the DNA of Jugo to replicate his ability to passively absorb natural energy. But Sage Mode is essentially a big buff. Big buff. I'd probably say it's on the same level of buff as like something that like you know, the Sharingan would give you. I would not put Sage Mode at S tier. Definitely wouldn't put it at S tier. I'd probably put it at like an A+. It's definitely a significant boost to one's stats. I don't think it's S tier though. It's really dependent on your amount of chakra. Jiraiya's was trash, because he didn't have the chakra necessary to fully realize it like Naruto did. It's not that good without massive chakra to merge with it. With Slug, you can literally heal from almost everything. I mean, Minato and Hashirama and Naruto War Arc turned into Sage Mode instantly. Sage Mode has been scaled to give around the same boost to stats as getting the EMS Sharingan. The reason why Sage Mode isn't an S and why it would never be an S is because, like, okay, you got a Sage Mode ninja. Cool. You're definitely an A+ ninja, but, like, I don't know. I say Sage Mode isn't like something that like immediately just makes you such a huge menace to everyone. Like I understand now the whole special grade connotation when it comes to Jujutsu Kaisen and why everyone's like, oh my god, Yuji's a special grade. Oh my god, Hikari's a special grade. Oh my god, this character's a special grade. It's like, no, they're not. I understand you want to give them that hype and put them in the top tier of the verse, but they don't meet the criteria of special grade. Special grade immediately means that you can take on an entire nation all on your own. Yuji's strong. He's not taking on an entire nation all on his own. Sorry to use a Jujutsu Kaisen reference in a Naruto video, but like, it's just like, yeah, like S is just kind of like an unbeatable, all-powerful, I use this jutsu and 99% of the verse is just instantly done. Now, I'm sure you could say the same, like sure, Rasen Shuriken is a pretty, almost impossible ability to beat. There are, however, ways to beat it. Susanoo is a very strong ability. There are, however, ways to beat it. Sage Mode is a really good boost, so I'll give it A+, because it does make you a significant threat. But like, it's not like hitting your opponent with a Tsukuyomi where like they're just cooked and there's no way they're coming back. Or hitting your opponent's head with a Kamui and they're decapitated on instance. Like, it's like, boom, you're done. You know? You're literally done. You're done, kid. You're done. All right, and next we have Chibaku Tensei. Now, A+ is the placeholder. Give me reasons why Chibaku Tensei is S tier. Chibaku Tensei is pretty OP. Creating a black sphere within their hands, they hurl into the sky. The sphere it generates a powerful, attractive force, pulling everything in its vicinity until a large satellite is created. They can control how large the satellite becomes. And most often used to restrain targets, drawing them into the satellite's creation, trapping them beneath the mounds of rubble. Can be used to capture tailed beasts. And only Naruto Uzumaki in a near full-on tailed beast mode was able to break free of it. They also had such a hard time dealing with Chibaku Tensei when it was literally Edo Itachi and fucking QB Chakra mode Naruto. It gave them a fucking problem. You can also, Sasuke is able to control the satellites that he creates. Chibaku Tensei with 2 people legit created the fucking moon. If you have enough chakra, you can make like fucking 9 that are strong enough to capture all 9 Biju, which only Hashirama could do. And if it does in one shot, big S tier. Almost no one can fight it, especially if you're counting Madara's or Sasuke's. Yeah, I won't lie to you. Chibaku Tensei is probably, in my opinion, what fits the criteria of an S of an S rank ability. Yeah, you can also use the Chibaku Tensei to then absorb their chakra as a combo move. Yeah, it's almost impossible because of the amount of attractive force, it's almost impossible to dodge. You can create multiple of them if you're a full-on master of it. Literally, it took, I'm pretty sure an 8-tailed QB Naruto was the only person canonically able to break out. Can we add Biju Bomb to S tier? No. Having Shibaku in S and not Shinra is criminal? I don't think so. They're 2 entirely different abilities. I don't think Shinra Tensei is as crazy as you guys are making it seem. Like, what makes Shinra Tensei as damaging as like C0? Or I'm sorry, C4. Shinra also has a cooldown. Having Shinra an A+ and not Bansho is crazy. I mean, Bansho Tenin having a 10-meter range. Shinra Tensei being able to destroy the entire Leaf Village. I think that makes sense to me. Shinra literally blew off Amaterasu and nullifies all ninjutsu. Shinra being able to stop any jutsu is crazy. Oh, it can stop any jutsu. It can stop any jutsu. So if I mark Pain with Flying Thunder God and he Shinra Tenses me, I can't just teleport inside the range of Shinra Tensei and decapitate Pain. Sounds pretty feasible to me. Chibaku Tensei is definitely the better ability. So easy to stop it. If you attack the black orb before it gets too big, you can easily stop it and the user is fucked because it wastes a lot of chakra. Sasuke canonically uses Chibaku Tensei without the black orbs. No, you would keep getting pushed back. Yes, he would blow you away. That doesn't even make sense. Going by the data book, no, it wouldn't work like that. If I appear behind the Shinra Tensei blast, I'm literally behind Pain. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm literally in the same, I'm occupying the same space as Pain is. It also, we're also saying that like he's always using maximum powered Shinra Tensei. Not every Shinra Tensei is just maximum powered, you know, Shinra Tensei. I can't believe we're still stunlocked by Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei also exerts... What did I just read? Shinra Tensei also exerts a recoil on the user if the opponent can withstand the repulsive force and force the user to use enough force, they can turn Shinra Tensei against the user. That seems like a drawback that isn't present with Shibaku Tensei. The 5-second interval is pretty rough. Sagemo Naruto was able to blitz Shinra Tensei in between intervals. Boom. Yes, alright, yep. We're keeping Shinra an A+. Up next, is this, I don't understand what, is this the... Is this the Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life, specifically? It's literally just revive, and it also is in exchange for your own life. It is confirmed in exchange for your own life. It is confirmed in exchange for your own life. So, probably put that like B tier. Rene Rebirth. I mean, it literally has the ability to bring someone back to life, so I'd probably just put it in a little bit higher than the medical. Obito used it just fine and had the Biju extracted. By your headcanon, it should be... I think you... this is the... I feel like we're just completely on separate pages of, like, the ranking ideas here. So, like, no. You saying... Like, I know you're messing up, but you're saying by your logic, it should be A+, because it can't be dodged. No, that's not how this works. I'll put Rene Rebirth at B. Just a rebirth. Just a rebirth ability that also costs your own, you know, shit. So, meh. Up next is the Raikage's Lightning Cloak, or Lightning Release Chakra Mode, which is pretty OP. Let's see. User wraps their body in a layer of lightning chakra to increase their physical parameters, with more lightning causing greater increases. As the users coat more lightning chakra around themselves, the more their hair sticks up. The lightning augments the strength of the user's taijutsu, creating what is called nin taijutsu. The fourth Raikage is impressed when Chijori pierces through to him, though, but it also defends the user against most attacks. It stimulates the nervous system, enhancing their speed and reaction time, enough to perform a lightning release body flicker, dodging attacks as fast as Amaterasu. So fast that not even the Sharingan can track their movements. Only Flying Thunder God and Ninetales Chakra Mode have been shown to be faster. I'd say that's a pretty easy A, no? I think that's a pretty easy A. Lightning Cloak allowed someone to fight the 8 Tails, S tier. It wouldn't have just, so a little bit more explanation. So like just having the Lightning Cloak doesn't make you able to fight the 8 Tails, right? To be clear. With that, like the Lightning Cloak is probably an A tier jutsu. It definitely gives you, it's definitely better than Chidori Nagashi, for sure. Definitely better than Chidori Nagashi. But like, it's definitely probably one of the best lightning abilities that you can do. It gives you a great buff in defense, great buff in attack. But I wouldn't put it on the same tier as like Susanoo or like, you know, Performance of 100 Puppets. Wait, where is 8 Gates? 8 Gates is right here in A tier, where it belongs. I think Lightning Cloak in general, again, it's just a tier above Chidori Nagashi. Eight Gates is only A tier because of how terrible it is on your body and how it literally is just like, I would definitely put Sage Mode above 8 Gates. At least regular 8 Gates, because Sage Mode doesn't kill you for using it, you know? So we're ranking these off of if you gave these jutsu to random people like a civilian. Pretty much, yes. Within reason. Eight Gates literally turns your fucking body into ashes. Exactly. That sounds like shit. That sounds like a terrible jutsu. I mean, Sage Mode could kill you, but not like the 8 Gates. No, entirely separate. All right, moving on. What's... Oh, is this Liger Bomb? Liger Bomb is pretty high up there. That's another certain kill technique, so I might have to put it right with Morning Peacock. Liger Bomb is a certain kill technique used by the 4th Raikage. After covering himself in the chakra mode, the 4th Raikage grabs his opponent, lifts them high into the air, and then using his extreme strength, smashes them head first onto the ground in what resembles a power bomb maneuver. It's devastating enough to shatter a large area of the ground itself upon impact, and Darui notes that nobody has ever survived this attack before. Had Sasuke Uchiha not used his Susanoo, he would have been killed by it. The impact of this technique was strong enough to snap the ribs of Sasuke's Susanoo, which is pretty OP. I'm just reading chat to see what you guys are thinking. So, here is my thought process. Liger Bomb, A tier, specifically because I think it goes right next to Morning Peacock, in that it's a certain kill taijutsu technique, where it's like, if you land it and your opponent isn't, you know, I honestly I'm even willing to put Liger Bomb a little bit higher than Morning Peacock, because whereas... actually, no, I'd probably put them both in A. The only reason I'm thinking of a little bit higher is because it's... You need such a strong defense to withstand it. But I would imagine Morning Peacock is probably the same, right? A is all right. Yeah, I think A makes the most sense. A makes the most sense. I definitely wouldn't put it on the same level as performance of 100 puppets now that I'm thinking about it, for sure. All right, all right, all right. And now we have Sasuke's Mangekyo ability, which Enten control, right? I think Blaze release Kagutsuchi. And which basically gives you manipulation of the Amaterasu flames. Which I guess I would just put it next to Amaterasu. The user can wield the flames in their hands without being incinerated, as well as manipulate them into a flexible sword, which launches spike-shaped projectiles when swung. Black flames can be used simultaneously with Chidori to enhance the latter's destructive power. I mean, it's basically you're just using Amaterasu, but you just get a little bit more manipulation with Amaterasu. I'd probably just put it right next to Amaterasu. An A+. You can't create the Amaterasu flames, you can only control them. Kagutsuchi is nothing without Amaterasu. Why is a puppet jutsu so high? I'm sorry. Are you talking about performance of 100 puppets by Sasori the goat that can tackle an entire ninja nation? Rightfully so, an A+. Did we consider the techniques that can use while in 8 gates? Yeah, it seems like the 8 gates techniques are separate. Like I see Night Guy here, I'm pretty sure. So we will, so it definitely has them, you know, on their own. That's why, that's also a big reason. Like Night Guy will probably be instant S, but you know, that's just spoilers. We are in Kage Summit now, which is crazy. We're rushing through it. So yeah, so what did we just do? I don't even remember what we just did. We just did Enten Kagutsuchi, Blaze control. Yeah, so I think that sits like right next to Amaterasu. I am going to run to the bathroom one more time, guys. Up next, we have Mei's Kekkai Genkai, the lava control. And I know we had some Mei haters in chat earlier. So let's see if we can have some Mei arguments in chat. I want to see the greatest Mei debates of my life in chat when I come back. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. We're back. Okay. I wasn't hating. I was just saying I don't think she can aim it. You're fair. You're fair. I'm just messing. I'm just messing. Let's see what we got. If this was One Piece, she'd be God tier. She is trash. Melting a Susanoo ribcage isn't impressive. Sasuke had no chakra, and she didn't do that to Madara's skeletal fist. Getting rid of the Susanoo ribcage is a pretty decent striking strength feat. I don't know if this is just lava release in general, or seems like it might be. So, I mean, Mei Terumi, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's at least Kage level, I would imagine, no? I'm trying to find... Here we go. Olympus is strong, acidic mud flow with her lava release, capable of corroding flesh. Creates an acid wall. It can even melt chakra-based defenses such as Susanoo is a pretty big feat, I mean to say, which I think would make it A tier. JWP, thank you for the 2 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Thank you for the love. I think the lava release should go A tier at the very least, bottom of A, because if it can melt Susanoo ribcage, I definitely would put it above Fireball Jutsu. Only a ribcage that was dropping by itself that's not impressive in my eyes. Hey, it's a feat that's better than Fireball Jutsu. Yep, A makes sense. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think without going too crazy, I think it's a good A ability because it's pretty destructive. Not the greatest, but better than Fireball Jutsu or anything in the B tier, I'd probably say. Up next, we've got the Particle Jutsu, which is like, that's pretty much just an instant win condition. I'd be willing to put that in A+, maybe even S. The Particle Jutsu's OP, right? Like, literally would just kill you. Yeah, but let me see exactly how it works. It looks like the damage changes based on what you're doing. So yeah, let me see here. Does release to create a structure with a spear located at its center. The structure expands rapidly, then seems to explode with a tremendous amount of force, while the exterior walls of the structure effectively restrict the size of the blast. Technique isn't limited to just affecting physical matter. It can also affect chakra-based defenses. Witness from Onoki's use of it destroying Madara's Susanoo, which is OP. Resulting damage that his technique can produce varies considerably depending on the initial shape of the created structure. For example, when fabricated in the form of a cube, possesses a relatively small blast radius. However, the conical version was applied to be enough to destroy an entire island. It is possible to produce a much larger variant of the cube-shaped technique, which was large enough to destroy 25 Susanoo wood clones in an instant. The cube can be split in two after being activated, allowing for other techniques to be directed between the two halves. Kako Shishoni could fire off the cubicle version of the technique one-handed, which allows a rapid fire attack. Oh, this is an S tier. This is an S tier jutsu. It's over. It's S tier jutsu, without a doubt. Definitely an S tier jutsu. It's like actually ridiculously OP. Ridiculously OP. There's no response for that jutsu. It's not even fair how cracked it is. Yeah, it's actually insane. It's literally just Control Alt Delete, but brought into the real world. I don't think that needs any kind of like explanation or reason why. I think that can be the easiest jutsu we all agree is an easy S tier on. It's just OP, absolutely insane. Now we have the right eye of Kamui, which I think pretty clearly just goes right next to regular Kamui. In fact, I would probably say Obito's usage of Kamui is better. And I think that's pretty obvious as well. Pro got hold of Kishimoto's eraser. Yeah, so true. Yeah, Obito's Kamui is pretty ridiculously OP. Yeah, Obito's Kamui is definitely one of the best in the series. Definitely one of the best in the series for sure. Kamui definitely counters particle technique. I mean, it's a pretty big counter for flying Raijin. These two abilities are pretty neck and neck, honestly. Up there for sure. Up there for sure. What is Shisui's ability? But Shisui's Mangekyo ability, I'm pretty sure, is also an S tier, right? Komotsu Makukane, what's it called? Shisui's Mangekyo is like ridiculous. Kodo Amatsukami. Literally just change of heart. Technique allows the user to enter the mind of any individual within their field of view and manipulate them by giving them false experiences. Oh, god damn it. I literally just opened and closed it. Act like you've been here before, bro. Making it seem as they were doing things of their own free will. It's regarded as a genjutsu of the highest caliber due to the victim being entirely unaware they're even being manipulated. As a testament to its power, it was strong enough to negate Kabuto Yokushi's control over a reincarnated Itachi. And having the Crowcast technique, Itachi noted that the dojutsu required at least a decade before it could be used again. Noted as Shisui Uchiha's ultimate technique, highly coveted by Danzo, who stole his ability. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just instant mind control, so I think it's a pretty good A+. Maybe not an S, but it's definitely a pretty high. It's like the best genjutsu in the entire series. Cooldown way too big, but don't you think that Shisui's cooldown might be a little bit different? I feel like the 10-year cooldown is specifically for Itachi, you know? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Pretty much said that that Shisui also has the cooldown. It's just an immediate win one-on-one. Hmm. Did Mifune break it? How can you resist or get out of it? Same way Mifune got out of it. A third party noticing it happening and breaking them out of the spell. I'm sure if Shisui became an adult, the more people would hear visibility and the harder it would be to take another off guard with it. Since Itachi knew the entire time he was under Kodo and never broke out, I think the one he gave Itachi is unbreakable, and the one Danzo has can be used more frequently but can be broken if someone notices. Danzo could use it once a day. Shisui could use it whenever. Interesting. So you need a partner. I'm willing to put it in A. It's still a pretty OP genjutsu. And that was Danzo Zainai Itachi's new eye. Explained that he was under this genjutsu, couldn't break it. The rule of thumb for a Sharingan is to never fight an Uchiha alone. A is perfect. Yeah, I think A, because it's a great ability. It's an awesome genjutsu, but yeah, I can see just A. Definitely doesn't need to be A plus for sure. We can agree on that. We can agree on that. All right. And then you have, if I'm not mistaken, this is Izanagi. Tiberius, thanks just for the $2. Imagine being an Uchiha and cockeyed. Damn, RIP, the worst nerf ever in life. The worst possible freaking luck. Izanagi is S tier? I guess, well, Danzo's Izanagi is S tier, but I'd put it A+. It's temporary immunity frames. Yeah, you can only use it. Yeah, it's an instant loss of your eyes. But it's basically just another know you sand ability where it's like, no, I didn't die. It's just sandbox rules, you know what I mean? Kid in the sandbox rules where it's like, yeah, you know, actually that didn't happen to me. Yeah, I think we're seeing A+, too big of a cost for S, A for normal people. Rewriting reality is cracked, bro. You can do anything with Izanagi. You don't have to bring yourself back to life. Look up the wiki. It's pretty OP. It's just the one-time usage and the loss of your eye that make it not immediately OP. Blah, 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 blah. Izanagi is based on the creation of all things technique used to turn imagination into reality. Members of the Uchiha clan perform Izanagi with the Sharingan in exchange for the brief control over reality that Izanagi grants them. The Sharingan that they perform it with becomes blind. Only awakening the Rinnegan restores the eye's vision. Because the Uchiha prize their Sharingan, losing it this way prompted them to label it a forbidden jutsu. Because Uchiha only possess half of the sage's chakra, they can keep Izanagi active for only a few seconds. The exact amount of time depends on the user's power potential. To maximize Izanagi's duration, it's necessary to recreate the sage's chakra. Danzo, with both Uchiha and Senju implants, can use Izanagi for up to a minute, which is, you know, an anomaly for sure. As with other Sharingan-based techniques, Izanagi can be programmed to activate under certain conditions. Like the various techniques used with the Sharingan, this technique is named blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's pretty OP. Also, having it programmed to activate under certain conditions is also pretty OP. But I just don't. Yeah, I think A+ makes the most sense because it's literally just reality control. That isn't true. Otherwise, Danzo could have just instantly won against Sasuke. You can't actually manipulate reality. You can manipulate your death, kinda, so you just revive and erase your death. Programming it for when you die is literally just an extra life. Yep. Danzo was a Mario merchant. I'm done. All right, yeah. I think Izanagi A+ makes the most sense. The fact that it's just the fact that like you can use it to rewrite an entire battle sequence and put yourself into a victor place is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Next up is the this is the Ambu ability, right? That kills you so you can't release any information. Yeah, reverse 4 symbol sealing. Powerful Funjutsu activated upon the user's death. The user must beforehand place the seal across their chest. Upon activation, it releases 4 symbols from the user's own blood that then forms a large black sphere around them. Anything caught inside the sphere's area is then drawn in and sealed within the user's corpse. The technique has the opposite effect of the 4 symbol seal, which allows Naruto to draw out the 9-tailed fox. This is it, right? I'm thinking of this. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, exactly. It's basically just like I'm taking you and everything in it with me. It's like a really good, you know, kamikaze attack if you're about to die. Probably like A tier. It's ass. You can run away when they're about to blow themselves up. Okay, fair enough. The first NDA. I'm done, Tiberius. B tier then. Radius of the jutsu is mid. Even Karen could outrun it if she wanted. The I'm not a snitch bro technique. It's not fast enough. Surprises Sasuke with its power, but it's still a suicide technique. The NDA ability. Yeah, it takes time until you explode, so anyone can just run away. You can't even move while doing it. When you're on death's door, you might as well. Yeah, I'll give it a... I'll give it a C just based off its destructive capability, but from what everyone's saying, yeah, the fact that you literally can just easily run away, or you really have to, like, restrain someone to get them caught inside of it. Yeah, unless you do a Goku and hold down your opponent to take him out, it's a C tier. Yeah, I would say C because of the lack of versatility and the lack of utility in using it. It's just super hard to land. To be fair, Obito had to warn Sasuke. Chapter 481. Yes, sir. You're always walking ahead of me. For the sake of the Shinobi world, I cannot let you live. This is a reverse tetragram. Sasuke, get away from Danzo. Hiruzen, it's my turn next, but I never got to be Hokage after all. No matter how far I ran, I could never catch up to you. That was close. That was a collateral damage. It drags you into his corpse. This Jutsu was set to activate it at his dying moment. That was close. Now onward to Konoha. Yeah, this seems... You guys seem to be downplaying this a little bit. I'm going to put this in B tier. Doesn't seem like it's that slow. Thank you to who said Obito had to warn Sasuke. Because I wouldn't have checked if I didn't see that chat. Obito having to warn Sasuke just makes it worse for the jutsu? I don't know about that. It proves that if Obito didn't warn Sasuke, they wouldn't have gone out of the way, and Sasuke would have gotten fucked, which means that to a ninja at Sasuke's level, with the Sharingan and everything, wasn't going to react on their own accord to get out of the way. Sure, if you have someone... Yeah, nah, I would say B tier just because it would have killed Sasuke if it hit him. I'd say it's just as useful as a fireball. Up next is the Uzumaki Rasengan Barrage. He has a whole monologue before it went off. Sasuke could have gotten out, even if he wasn't warned, in my opinion. He just didn't get... I mean, we have to realize that we're on anime time here. We're not really using the whole, oh, well, he had a whole monologue before the attack went off. This is, we have to remember the kind of source material that we're going with here, right? This is the Uzumaki Barrage Rasengan, right? Or whatever the fuck it's called. Spiraling serial... No. The hell? Yeah, I think it's... I don't know why they're called this. I'm not crazy, right? This is the Rasengan Barrage, right? Is it Odama Rasengan Barrage? I don't think so. Sage mode infusing big ball Rasengan with multiple shadow clones. All right, so I would definitely say it's probably better than... Where's Rasengan at? I'll put it A+. Because it's just literally just an overwhelming an opponent with multiple Rasengans. If that isn't taking out everyone in the Leaf Village, I don't know what is. Yeah, I would definitely put it in a tier above Odama Rasengan and regular Rasengan. Bro, imagine 1,000 Rasengan coming towards you. No op, you should make it so you can give custom gift sub amounts or gift specific people. Not sure if it's possible, but if it is, you should. Unfortunately, I don't think it is possible, JWP. I think gifted subs are always random. Sadly. Yeah, YouTube is annoying with that. You can only do like 1, 5, 10. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, YouTube doesn't do that. They're slowly catching up to Twitch. Slowly catching up to Twitch. Like before, I couldn't click on your guys' channel and see all the messages you've sent over time, which is crazy. That I can do that. So, yeah. More DPS in a wide area, but it's really not much different from Odama. It's just more. I I would just say it's definitely I think it just lacks showings for A plus. The reason why I'm putting it in A plus is because it's clearly a higher tier than regular Rasengan. I would same, you know what I mean? It's probably more is better. It's literally like 1,000 Rasengans dropping on you. Most people aren't surviving that. So. Up next is QB Chakra mode. Is QB Chakra mode an instant S? By the stat boost? Or does it sit in A plus with Sage mode? Mm-hmm. QB Chakra mode 2? Oh shit, that's right. QB Chakra mode 2. That's right, where he gets the Sage powers. Or maybe QB I don't fucking know, bro. Okay, I forgot there's 2 different versions of KCM. Okay, so I guess right next to Sage mode is fair. Yeah, and then when we combine Sage mode with KCM. Yeah, that's KCM 1, so it's just A plus. 1 is A plus, 2 is S. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Okay, cool. So QB Chakra mode is A plus. That's fair. Now this is Giant Tailed Beast Bomb, which I guess by nature should be S because I have regular Biju Bomb here. You know? This thing is continent level. Country level attack easily, continent level. Yeah, I mean, if we're putting regular Biju Bomb in A+, it just makes sense that this has to be S. Fair enough. That's fair. Very fair. Very fair, very fair. What the hell is this? Is this a Mike Guy ability? Is this a Mike Guy ability? This looks like a Mike Guy ability to me. Somebody's got to give me. It's the Hirudora. Thank God you guys know this off the top of your head. Because I definitely don't. The Daytime Tiger. The Daytime Tiger is an incredibly fast punch. And, contrary to its appearance, purely taijutsu in nature. After opening the 7th of the 8 gates, the user places a... Wait, no, is this... Are we sure this is the same one? Because this looks like the one he uses against Kisame. Oh, it is Hirudora. Not because he needed to be Kasame. 6th gate guy was relative 30% Kasame. Some was blah, 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 blah. Guy calling Hirodora a lethal level jutsu doesn't mean he wanted to completely eradicate Kasame. After opening the 7th gate, the user places a palm facing forward in the front of their face with one hand and then taps the other hand, forming a fist, which creates a massive amount of air pressure. This launches the air pressure at the opponent in the shape of one gigantic tiger impression. The air pressure will condense as it's moving forward. The technique then explodes on command, releasing the built-up air pressure. A massive explosion, one that dwarfs Island Turtle, is created, which can be felt a significant distance away. So it's island level. Literally island level attack power. It only knocked over the Susanoo. It's no more than B tier. A+. Hirodora pushed 10 Tails Madara. It was bigger than the entire Genbu Island. A regular shinobi cannot survive it. Panel seems to be from the Madara fight, but you get the point. So it's another Might Guy insta-kill attack. Okay. Now, here's a question. Same level as Morning Peacock? Or higher level than Morning Peacock? I mean, it's island level, so... It's above Morning Peacock. It fits the things you said about S rank. Kai's hands are always A+. Morning Peacock is 6 gates technique. Hirodora is 7 gate technique. Fair enough. Okay. It's a hard punch. It's not the same as Lager Bomb if they're both one shot, but people survive them. So probably somewhere around like Biju Bomb level, right? Somewhere around C3, Shinra Tensei, I would imagine, if it's island level, probably somewhere around there. Okay. Okay, fair. High A+. High A+. High A+, high A+. Next up is Kasame's better water shark attack, right? This is the better jutsu. Oh, there's multiple of them. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Try and look at these as closely as we can here. Oh, that's Darui's lightning attack. I'm like, okay, some of these I'm gonna need some more clarification on because we're getting a little crazy in some of these jutsus here. But yeah, this one, this is the what was I saying before? The water shark jutsu ability. Let me see what you guys are saying in chat about this. Water Shark attack got nuked by Guy's Hirodora. That's the one that absorbs chakra. This is the one that has the Samehada effect, right? Where it absorbs chakra. Fair. So we could say like an A. It tried absorbing Hirodora, but because Hirodora wasn't made of chakra, it absorbed it. It could win in a jutsu class with almost anything. Fair enough then. A we are. A we are. It's a great ability, but it's not like crazy level. Okay. Can you really say it can absorb the same amount of chakra as a Rinnegan user, or do you limit it to only absorbing a Jutsu's amount of chakra? Yeah, that's why I'm okay with it being an A. I definitely wouldn't put it in an A+ ability just because of its chakra absorption. Now, this Darui lightning jutsu here, what's it called? Not the black lightning. It is Laser Circus. Storm Release Laser Circus. This technique... Hold on. Hold on. Just fixing... Okay. Fix the... screen. Okay. Let me read this now. Create several beams and shoots them at the enemy. First, the halo of bright energy spreads around the user's hands. The moment this technique is activated, it then encircles the hand, and from that beams are shot out. The user is able to alter the beam's direction after being shot, making it possible to strike multiple enemies with pinpoint accuracy, even bypassing hostages held in close proximity. The number of beams can be increased to greatly pin down an enemy. In the anime, the beams disconnect from their source in Darui's hands. However, this never happened in the manga and was corrected. A tier, huh? A tier makes sense? B tier jutsu, laser circus badass, but probably on like a B tier. Well, remember, Fireball Jutsu is on B tier, so it's definitely a higher tier than Fireball Jutsu. Same tier as Base Chidori, both are light speed and can be guided one way or the other. I think they're maybe same, a little bit higher. So it's basically Chidori, but without the fucking tunnel vision. So yeah, I would definitely say it's an A tier ability for sure then, if that's the case. Significantly strong, but just isn't crazy. Big AoE attack. Can be used to really pin down someone, but nothing crazy. Definitely better than Fireball Jutsu, I would say. Or like Wind Scythe. It doesn't do big damage. Other lightning jutsu are much more heavy hitting. You can alter the beam's direction. Strike multiple enemies with pinpoint accuracy. You can bypass hostages with perfect accuracy. You can increase the number of beams to as many as you want. I'd say it's A. I'd say A. Up next, what the hell is this? Rasengan with other Rasengan around it. What the hell is this? Planetary Rasengan? Here, let me fucking zoom in so you can see what I'm talking about. Right here. This guy right here. I don't know what this is. Planetary, it's Planetary Rasengan? Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Planetary Rasengan. I told you I'm not too keen on the part 2 ones. There's also so many different versions of some of the same abilities. Creates a big ball Rasengan in one of his hands, which is then surrounded by 3 regular-sized Rasengan in a similar manner to moons around a planet. When coming into contact with a target, the disordered rotations of the individual Rasengan created by the central and smaller ones spinning into form a massive and turbulent wave-like vortex. Strength of this technique is so great, it even took a shinobi reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation technique a significant amount of time to regenerate, which they normally do instantly. Yeah, I would just say it's... Yeah, definitely not on the same level as Rasen Shuriken. So, yeah, I would say Planetary Rasengan, we'll put it right next to Odama Rasengan. Rasen Shuriken has to stay above because it's just like... Yeah. If it did the same chakra... severing you from your chakra network thing, sure. We can talk about it. But it's definitely not on the same level as, like, fucking just Rasengan Barrage. Hey, Tiberius, thanks so much for the $2. Sorry to interrupt. What did Miss No Op think of the vid? Hey, she loved it. She was very happy with it. And she's glad that it, you know, it had the desired effect on me. She was very happy with it. She's very happy with it. Thank you again, guys. That was awesome. All right. Sand Pyramid. Desert Layered Imperial Funeral Seal. This is the big pyramid seal that Gaara has, right? Meh. A-tier ceiling jutsu. Madara escaped it 1 billion times. He did, in fact, escape that so often. But Madara does make everything weak, like Tiberius said, for sure. Dang, this definitely isn't all the jutsu in Naruto. It's the core ones. It's enough. So I'm not here because this is looking like it's going to be close to a 4 to 5 hour stream, so... Let's do it this way. Better than Reaper Death Seal, yay or nay? Probably same level as Reaper Death Seal, I would say, right? Just regular B tier. Yeah, I mean, it's just sealing. We'll put it with Reaper Death Seal. We'll put it in B tier. We'll put it B tier. All right. Up next is the clam ability. And again, this is where you're losing me here. The whole giant clam thing. With the second Mizukage. Unlike other summons, this clam seems to lack its own personality and is completely loyal to its summoner regardless of the intention, even if it means fighting Kirigaki or Shinobi. Aside from its massive size, it resembled an ordinary clam, several prominent dark lines, capable of producing a mist, which its summoner can create a deceptive mirage. So it's hit and miss, but with genjutsu. Completely renders its observers unable to accurately locate the position of itself or its summoner. After firstly opening its shell, it exudes a mist from its siphons. Shell is very sturdy, able to even resist Onoki's initial attack. Creature also seems to have an extraordinary long lifespan, as it was used by Gengetsu when it was alive and survived until the Fourth Shinobi War. So it's basically hit and miss, but with added genjutsu. Mask Genjutsu, the clam is unironically cracked. Bro, really comparing a jutsu created by a clan that's god tier in sealing techniques against something Gaara created? Listen, when Reaper Death Seal is more than just a sealing jutsu, and it doesn't take 10, 20,000 episodes to seal Orochimaru and also fail and only end up sealing his arms and just create the most stun-locked episodes of anime I've seen in my entire life, we can talk. Undispellable Genjutsu, it was so strong he told them how to beat it and they still couldn't figure it out. Even the user doesn't know where the clam is. He stalemated the second Tsuchikage, who can go completely invisible, split up, and use particle style. Actually pretty cracked. You can't deny something has drip when the user explains exactly how the shit works and how to counter it, and you're still getting smoked. Yeah, it seems definitely OP. Definitely OP enough to be A tier Genjutsu. Would we move it to A plus tier because it's just that OP? Like, is it better than Koto Amatsukami? Same arms that Orochimaru spent 1 billion chapters but couldn't find a workaround to getting his actual arms back. And that's crazy because he does get his arms back. All he has to do is change bodies. Isn't that insane that Orochimaru literally gets his arms back? Well, no, I mean, either way. Nah, Koto Amatsukami's better. I don't know about that. Koto Amatsukami doesn't seem much better. Koto Matsukami is only bad because of the cooldown. Yeah, true. If you use an attack like in all directions, you're gonna end up hitting him at some point. It can also be used against hella people, not just one person. You know what? You make a good point when you say that you can just make one big, large AoE attack and then just kill everything. I'll put it right next to Koto Amatsukami. It's a pretty good ability, but the fact that, like, yeah, you can just do like an AoE attack, like if you have performance of 100 puppets, Biju Bomb, just Biju Bomb the ground, or you have like C3, Shinra Tensei, those are all jutsus that can easily just neg it. So you know what? I think it's top tier jutsu, definitely really good, but yeah, I think I'll put it at A. What's the second Mizukage's other jutsu? The Steaming Danger Tyranny. Infinite Explosion Ninjutsu. Firstly, he creates a clone which resembles the chibi version of himself, made from oil and water in his body. The water in the clone is surrounded by a thin layer of oil, and due to this structure, the clone's temperature can easily be altered from cold to hot and vice versa. When it exerts itself, the outer layer of oil heats up and evaporates the water inside. The clone expands until it violently explodes and the water vapor is released. The force of the explosion is great enough to completely destroy even durable constructs, which is the sealing jutsu. This vapor then cools down as it rises. As a result, it turns into hail that cools the clone, causing it to shrink to its original size and start the entire process over again. Despite its constantly increasing size, the clone itself remains very fast throughout the technique, enough to elude even Gaara's chakra-infused sand. The side speed movement also allows it to heat up very quickly and to more easily inflict damage using an axe-like liquid blade that is able to form on its arm. Throughout the duration of this technique, though, the Mizukage becomes weakened and vulnerable. How strong is the explosion, I asked, though. A tier at best. If you can cool it, does get snagged. So ice water style counters, and if you restrict its movement, gets snagged. It's a mobile heavy attack, but it's not impressive. It could do loops around Gaara's sand. It's fast as fuck. The drawbacks aren't worth it unless you're fighting an idiot. That's why he does the genjutsu thing. Not the genjutsu to cover it up. It's not a nuke, but it's big. All right, yeah. So I would say it's a solid A tier ability. Solid A tier. Probably can put it right next to, you know, somewhere around here, probably. Yeah. Probably, I guess low A tier, probably, right? Yeah, A tier without the clam jutsu. If the clam jutsu was included, it would probably be A plus. But like paired with the clam jutsu, it becomes severely OP. Like both of those abilities together are seriously strong. Separate, they're just A abilities on their own. Up next is Madara's big giant fireball attack, which like again, it's just more fireball jutsu. I mean, sure, it took almost an entire freaking it took a plenty of ninjas to use water jutsu to keep it down, maybe, I guess. So maybe that puts it maybe in a tier up on its own above. It's a little bit better than fireball jutsu because it, but that's also, that could just because it's Madara. That would have wiped out the entirety of Gaara's forces if it wasn't those 100 water jutsu ninjas. But like, is that because the jutsu itself is OP, or is that because Madara is OP? You know what I mean? I'll put it in A just because it's hard to tell. I don't know. Listen, all I'm gonna say is I'll put it above because of the feats it takes, of how much water it takes to stop it. But just know I don't like it. Just know I want to put it right next to Fireball Jutsu in B, because it's literally just Fireball on steroids. But anyway, whatever. Next is the Meteor Summoning, which I mean, what more can I say? I mean, I'm willing to put it in S tier just because it's nearly unstoppable. Like it took 2 to 3 Kage level ninja to almost stop it. You know? Like, unless you got a pre-marked flying Raijin that's out of the meteor's range, it needed 2 Kages to stop it from falling. Not even destroy it, but just stop it from touching the ground. I mean, you need to perform 3 hand seals at the same time to use it, though. I mean, so I guess, but like, if it's summoned on the field, that's it. It's a big nuke attack, but it is just a large physical force that disseminates an area. The same can be done with catastrophic Shinra Tensei. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, no. Shinra Tensei cannot be on the same level as fucking summoning Meteor. Summoning the thing that took out the dinosaurs, okay? For the 3 hand seals, you can use summon for that, since pre-time skip Kabuto has shown that you can shape chakra by using another person's chakra pool. Summoning the thing that took out the dinosaurs is wild. See, 2 of them. Yeah. OP as hell. All right, let's move on here. Let's move on here. We got Vex saying, wait. That takes you out with the enemies. No, it's still S tier. I don't care. I don't. It takes out almost an entire army. This is frankly the only time I would say that's not something that puts it below. This is literally the only time, I think. Literally the only time I think that it doesn't immediately get you neg you down a tier. You could take out probably the entire world with it. You take out an entire army, more than an entire village. Next is the chakra chains, I think, right, for the tailed beast. Yeah, demonic statue chains. These are pretty specific. Through the outer path, the user is able to manifest chakra chains, which bind anyone they touch. According to Obito, this binding power is far greater than that of Nagato's path. They possess a curse steel that suppresses the power of tailed beasts and can also cause a great deal of pain to their victims. Can generate the chain through the use of black receivers. Implanted a single receiver into each of his 6 paths of pain, which made them temporary Jinchuriki. Able to bind and suppress the tailed beast inside them. Probably A, right? Because you don't have to be a Jinchuriki and it can still fuck you up. A or A+. It can't be broken, though. There is no counter. It's not useless to normal ninjas. It can be used against anybody. Just based off the definition that I read, it has nothing to do with Jinchuriki. You can use it against anybody. So if I was gonna say, if you can only use it against tailed beast, it's pretty, you know, non-versatile. But the fact that you can use it on anybody. The chains can be used on anyone. The Uzumaki women were famous for them before the Nine Tails. A+ to S. It's pretty OP. Madara literally ragdoll the tailed beast with it. Makima Jutsu, so true. You can bind anybody with Genjutsu and you don't need a Geto Mazo or the Uzumaki dismantle chains are completely different. Liam, I don't know if that matters. I understand what you're saying to a degree, but that's not following the criteria of the tier list. Genjutsu itself is ranked at a C because it's pretty trash in the grand scheme of things. Genjutsu's pretty shitty. All depends on who's using it. It can be as weak as Tenten or as strong as Madara. Karen used this in Boruto. Yeah, I would say it's A+. Definitely A+. It's definitely high up there. The fact that you can just use it on anyone and immediately stun lock them, cause them immense pain. It's pretty OP. I don't know if I would put it in S tier though. Specifically because, you know, I would definitely put some of these abilities above that, but it's definitely A+. Then those trains are also trash. How is it above Genjutsu like Tsukuyomi? It's not above Genjutsu like Tsukuyomi because Tsukuyomi is S tier. If you looked at the tier list. It's clearly better because I don't even have to do I have to really even explain that? I mean, just basic ass Genjutsu being a lower jutsu than chains that can immediately stun lock anyone you hit and immediately just cause immense pain to you and are these like I want you to hit a tailed beast with basic Genjutsu and then hit it with the chain and see what does more damage. Most likely the chain. Up next is what the hell is this? Oh, is this purple lightning? What the hell is this? This looks like it looks like it's a lightning blade. Karen broke 1,000 hands wood style jutsu with the chains. Boom, baby. Lightning cable. All right. Kakashi and a shadow clone both perform the lightning cutter on opposite hands, which they connect together with a sharp cord of lightning between themselves. It was powerful enough to slice through a tailed beast chakra arm with relative ease. The technique can also be used to wrap around a target and restrain it. Okay, lightning cutter. Or lightning cable. I mean, so it's basically, I would put it a tier above lightning blade. B tier jutsu. B tier, baby. 1 tier above Chidori and Lightning Blade. Why is Chidori 2 tiers below the Rasengan? Because if you don't have a Sharingan, Chidori is useless. Whereas you don't need a Sharingan to use Rasengan. Which is, again, going to be a serious downside to Lightning Cable as well. Because if you don't have a Sharingan, it's going to be just as lame as regular Chidori. Without a Sharingan, you literally get tunnel vision. Using the ability itself, literally it makes it so hard for you to hit someone with it. It's basically a useless attack. The Sharingan is the thing that lets Kakashi use it surprisingly well as Sasuke. You need godlike chakra control to use the Rasengan. You need godlike chakra control to use the Chidori. The Chidori is just Rasengan with lightning element. the Chidori was Kakashi's answer to the Rasengan. It makes you open encounters because you can't see beyond your vocal point. See, there we go, Liam. We're agreeing. We love that. We've reached agreement. We have Sasuke's Susanoo up next. But I think it's specifically Sasuke's Blaze control with Susanoo. If I'm not mistaken. I'm looking at some of these pictures just to make sure that we don't see that happen again. I need confirmation here. What do you guys think? Is this right here? Is this Sasuke's Susanoo or is it Sasuke's Blaze control? Susanoo Odachi. Susanoo Kagutsuchi. Yeah, it's Susanoo Kagutsuchi. I confirmed it. Okay, we've got it. It's not Sasuke Susanoo. It's his Amaterasu sword. We already ranked Blaze Control. Are we ranking individual Susanoo then? No, I think this is significantly different. This is the Blaze Control extended by Susanoo's range. So I'd probably just put it right next to his regular Blaze Control and Amaterasu, because it's literally just Blaze Control, but with Susanoo. So yeah. I feel comfortable putting that just right next to Amaterasu and regular Blaze Control. You know what I mean? I don't think being able to use it with Susanoo immediately makes it an S tier, so. Well, I guess maybe I should put it above Susanoo in general, because it's literally, it's a combination of Susanoo and Amaterasu, so I'll just put it next to Susanoo. But yeah, we don't need to talk about that too much. I don't know, it does make you have more durability. No, I think that version of Blaze Control is right here. So that's different. So the extra Blaze Control durability for Susanoo is its own jutsu. Up next is Susanoo Magatama, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, the Yasuka Magatama. The Yasuka Magatama is a technique that Susanoo users can use from any of its hands. Due to its structure, it acts in a similar manner to that of a shuriken when thrown by Susanoo, rapidly spinning towards the target. It results in an explosion upon impact, and the size of these projectiles are dependent on the user, with smaller variations often used when fighting in close quarters or confined spaces. While all of them operate in a similar manner, the technique can assume multiple forms, 3 Magatama bound together by a singular circular thread. They can also detach themselves from one another and be propelled in multiple different locations. Itachi Uchiha mentions that the Yasuka Magatama is his strongest long-range technique. That's a pretty damning claim. That's a pretty damning claim. I would say that would make it A+, no? Probably put it right next to Sasuke's Susanoo Enten control. Let's see what chat says. Magatama was the weakest of the 3 attacks between Biju Bomb and Rasen Shuriken. Yasuka's are called Itachi's strongest long-range attack. Also stated to have the reach of 1,000 miles. I would say just below, but it doesn't burn constantly like Susanoo. Or you mean Amaterasu. Magatama was easily blocked by Gaara's sand. Yaga, Magatama, Gaara. Here we go. Here's a specific. How powerful is the Yasuka Magatama compared to other techniques in the series? Pretty powerful. Itachi said is the most powerful jutsu in his arsenal. It's said to use the most powerful long-distance jutsu. Amaterasu is obviously far more powerful. Itachi shoots them at Sage Mode Kabuto and they explode upon impact, but the explosions are comparable, if not smaller, than the explosive kunai they're juxtaposed with. Then we have Madara's version, where it went through Gaara's defenses and barely managed to crack through Onoki's stone defense. Seems a little inconsistent. Tachi's may not be the same as others. Beads almost breached through Onoki and Gaara's combined defense. Over a big ball Rasengan, under a Rasen Shuriken. Magatama's below Biju Bomb, confirmed. I don't know if it was easily blocked by Gaara's Sand. If we're saying that it took both Onoki and Gaara's defense to stop it, that's pretty reasonable. It's below Biju Bomb, though. Reasonable. Okay. Okay. I'm willing to put it in top of A. Let me move the Rasengan Barrage to top of A as well. We think A. We think top of A makes sense. Do we think top of A makes sense? All right. Hey, Lazy Boy, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Thank you for the constant support, bro. Where's the sexy Jutsu? All the way down here in C tier, baby. Do you agree on this one that the Gaara, Kage, and Boruto could beat Itachi? Boruto doesn't exist in my mind, so. Boruto isn't real. It can't hurt me. I guess I'm just gonna put this right next to the seal of 100, the same seal. What is it called now? What's her full power called again? The 100 healings. Do we put 100 healings in A? I mean, we put the other one in B, so this is definitely the better version of it, right? Is A because it's not good in the long run. Doesn't 100 healings age you up a lot? 100 healings is OP as heck. Takes away your lifespan. Forbidden Jutsu, similar to the Creation Rebirth. Very similar to its parent technique. Also regenerates the user's wounds via accelerated cell division. The strength of 100 technique has a continuous automatic effect that will heal any damage the user sustains instantly without the need to make hand seals. Hand regeneration granted by the taking is so rapid that even the wounds resulted from Tsunade being impaled by 2 gigantic swords were completely healed mere moments after removal. As it builds on Creation Rebirth, it shortens the user's lifespan. Use of the technique also requires release of the strength of 100 heal seal, but rather than just covering the face, the workings extend over the user's entire body. This technique's power can be temporarily transferred to another person, as seen when Sakura extended the technique's markings onto Obito. I guess A, because we put the last one in B, it's just a little bit better. That technique that confused a god in C tier, that's just supposed to be S tier. I'm not doing the meme ranking of sexy jutsu in S tier. Just not doing it. Near immortality, for however long it lasts, is kind of good. Vex said, believe me, we tried a lot. They did indeed try a lot, and they failed every chance they had. Failed every chance they got. All right, guys, we're coming up on close to 5 hours, so let's power through this. Let's power through this. This is honestly insane to me. I didn't expect this to go for so long. Ay, Dios mío. Okay, up next is Kabuto's, what's that jutsu called? See, I told you. I'm losing. This is where I start losing the ability of knowing half of the names. Sage Art White Rage technique. A senjutsu used, come on. Used by those who studied in the Ruchi Cave and mastered Sage Transformation. After forming the necessary hand seals, they expel a dragon-like entity from their mouth that carries an orb in its left front claw. It releases both blinding light and deafening sound. This alone greatly hinders those in the vicinity. Thus, the technique both briefly inhibits the opponent's senses, as well as techniques that require their active concentration. So it's basically just like a flash bomb. According to Kabuto, he's only capable of functioning normally while in this technique's effect thanks to his Sage Mode properties. And due to his snake characteristics, he can close the cornea of his eyes to completely block the harmful light. He can also liquefy the insides of his body in order to negate the effects of the harsh sound vibrations. Okay, that sounds like an A tier ability to me. Not an instant win ability. But like if you don't have Sage Mode, it's pretty ass cheeks because it also debilitates yourself. So maybe it's B. You stun enemies for a long ass time, but yeah, if you don't have Sage Mode, then you're just stun locked. Itachi and Sasuke couldn't even move while having their Susanoo up. Madara was sandbagging the whole fight, bro. Why go full force? Oh, that was something different. I'll say an A tier ability. I would say it's an A tier ability. It legit needs Sage Mode to even activate it. Right, you need Sage Mode to activate it, but Kabuto was this very specific case, right? Because Kabuto had become a full Sage. I know you're saying, so of course the user has Sage Mode up, but I think Sage Mode and becoming a full Sage are two different things, right? Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure Kabuto was also a very special case when it came to it. Didn't Kabuto evolve? He wasn't even a snake anymore. He was basically a dragon. Kabuto can also liquefy himself, which not all sages can. Yeah, Kabuto is a very special case among the snake sages as well. So we have to consider that as well. So that's also something like not just the basic sage, snake of sages can ignore. So I would say it's definitely an A ability. Definitely a high A tier. High A tier ability. Kabuto is the perfect user. A perfect sage, not even something Orochimaru could do. Yeah, exactly. So I think A tier. Definitely a broken jutsu, but I think it's still A tier. Next is Izanami, who I think pretty easily should just go right next to Izanagi. A+ ability. It's an instant counter to Izanagi. It has the downside of losing your eye. And it also can be broken by the person that gets caught in it if they're able to undo the trap they're caught in. It's above Izanagi since it's a direct counter, right? But I wouldn't put Izanami in S tier. It's basically the Hansen, why don't you take a seat jutsu, right? Dealing with the oh no, the consequences of my actions jutsu. Seems to be significantly more limited in its variety. That is also true. Lower the startup time is madness, and any amount of knowledge on the subject allows you to counter it because you just have to use a different fight sequence each time. It only works on people that use Izanagi. It doesn't only work on people that use Izanagi because it worked on Kabuto. So that immediately null and voids that statement that was made. I'm gonna put it right next to Izanagi because it's pure reality warping. Sure, there's some setup to it. Well, I guess with the setup, maybe it could be considered a tier lower, but... And it can also be broken out of... I mean, you still accomplish your goal whether you break out of it or not, but... Yeah, I would say top of A. It's not as versatile as Izanagi. It's still a really good ability, but it's not nearly as versatile as Izanagi. It can't be broken out. That's what, like, Kabuto had to overcome his identity crisis. That's what I mean. Kabuto, quote unquote, broke out. He accomplished the goal. He broke through his identity crisis. Perfect Susanoo. Give me an argument why we should put it in S tier. It can split mountains because it's freaking badass. S tier. Yeah, it is pretty much an instant W. It is pretty much an instant W. Made all the 5 Kages shit bricks for a lifetime. More destructive than the meteor. It can literally rearrange maps, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Was cutting the Chubaku Tensei like butter. Perfect Susanoo. Yeah. A reason to put it in S tier. The chat will riot. If not, its unsheathing could split mountains. Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, Perfect Susanoo can go into S tier without a doubt. It's definitely like we said before, it literally changes the maps. What the hell is this? What is this? Truth-seeking ball Rasengan? Or is this just the truth-seeking ball in general? What is this that Naruto's doing here? I need you guys to explain it to me. The Rasengan Biju Bomb. Ultra Big Ball. The mini-tailed Beast Bomb. Aha. Upon impact. The ball explodes, resulting in a very sizable blast radius. With the Rasengan, you can extend the ball forward with the use of a chakra arm. Naruto can use a shadow clone to help form the ball. While tail boast mode, it's literally just a miniaturized tail beast bomb. So I'm going to put it directly next to tailed beast bomb. I'm just gonna put it right next to tailed beast bomb. Which, honestly, it might even be lower because it's specifically a physical attack. When he used a Madara, almost got nuked when he deflected it. Seems like a stronger Rasengan, not gonna lie. Requires a lot of concentration. Very strong Rasengan, that's it. Requires time and concentration. It can't be shot and lacks the big explosion, which makes the tailed beast bomb special. Okay, cool. Top of A then. Top of A then. I had a feeling it was a little bit of a downgrade of the regular tailed beast bomb because it wasn't a projectile. A, because if you mess up and drop it, it explodes on your face. True, yeah. Top of A. Up next. I don't know what this is. What is this? Fire circle? I don't know. A fire spiral? Fire Release, Blast Wave, Wild Dance. Is that it? Bafuku Rambo, Obito's Kamui Fire style. Yeah. Okay, that's what it's called. Yeah, the user needs chakra inside their body and converts it into fire, which is then expelled from the mouth in a large stream. The blaze is drawn into a spiral when the user expands their stomach, which will engulf the opponent in a massive vortex, giving them no option to escape. If needed, Kamui can be used to draw out a whirlwind, aiding the formation of the fiery spiral. Yeah, I mean, it's basically, yeah, okay, fair enough. A tier jutsu. Put it a little bit above Fireball because it's a little fancy with it, right? Or should we just put it B tier? Equal to Madara's Majestic Destroyer Flames. Fair enough. Boom, they can go right next to each other. Cute. How Kakashi stopped it. It's giving B. I'll let you guys figure that out. I'm going to put it right next to Majestic Destroyer. Or you know what? Yeah, sure. We'll leave it in B tier with the other fire abilities. Why not? And then we've got his fan. Bruh, not B. When Madara and Obito use them, they're equal in size. We'll see. Yeah, the Uchiha Reflection is pretty OP. I would put that in A tier. Maybe A+. The Uchiha Reflection is OP as hell. Maybe A+. Blocked the Biju Rasengan and deflected it. No, it turns chakra from your jutsu and turns it to wind chakra, then sends it back. Okay, yeah, A+ without a doubt then. A+ without a doubt then. And then is that just 10 tails summoning? Is that literally just 10 tails summoning? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's literally QB. That's literally full QB Susanoo. Full QB with Susanoo armor. Yeah, I would just go ahead and say that that's S tier, right? Next to perfect Susanoo. Perfect Susanoo and QB. Said SS. Double S. I mean, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we might need to make a double S. Because it clearly has to be better than... Yeah, maybe there's double S. Yeah. S+. There needed to be an S+ now since 1,000 Arms Cannon Suns it. SS is Kamui, I don't care. No, I mean, obviously Kamui is not doing anything against fucking perfect Susanoo QB Chakra. This is crazy. Kamui is not, we have reached a new level. We have reached Dragon Ball Z level of fucking jutsu. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, you guys have to help me here for this one. So, is this the regular ogre? Is this the regular wood ogre? And then this is the 1,000 hand golem. That's just regular wood golem with the dragon, and then there's the actual 1,000 hand, right? A+, it went up against normal complete Susanoo. Okay. Fair. Okay, so if it's doing that kind of shit, then it's definitely comparable to a Susanoo. And then obviously the fucking Buddha statue S+. 1,000 hands is S+. It went neck to neck with Susanoo, and Susanoo is A+. So if it's going toe to toe with Susanoo, then it's gonna go right next to Susanoo. Thousand Hands took out the perfect QB Susanoo, so it should be S++. No, I'm not just making crazy tiers now. S++ is as high as it goes. It negs Jutsu and your will to fight. That's disgusting. All right. Yeah, okay, we'll do top of S+. Okay. What the hell is this? This Akamichi Jutsu. The hell is this? What the hell is this? I'm sorry, I just realized it's not on screen. What? Go. What the hell is this? Oh, that. Fuck is that? Yeah, I don't know, the rolling thing. Choji Yo-Yo? Human bullet yo-yo. Oh, this is legitimately a thing. The human bullet yo-yo is the technique derived from formation E. Performing the second Choji first increases the size. Shikamaru connects their two shadows, and at the same time, Ino detects any enemies in the immediate vicinity and transmit this information to Shikamaru. Choji begins his attack, and Ino tracks the opponent so Shikamaru can perfectly direct Choji's movement. Oh, I mean, the kind of jutsu we're talking about here, and this just shows up, which is just funny to me. Like, all right, we're C tier because it's a little bit better than regular fucking human rolling ball. C tier jutsu. Yeah, let's not waste time on this. C tier. All right. Up next is Jubi transformation, which I probably would just put, I guess, right next to Rinnegan. If not, it's basically an S tier transformation. Tenshell Jinkariki is S+. No, just regular S. It's S+. No, it's S+. Instant S+. It put Obito above Hashirama. But isn't this incomplete? I want to keep it. Do I want to keep it in the same tier as Flying Raijin? It doesn't compare to Kyuubi plus Susanoo. Ay, Dios mío. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. After amassing its chakra, Modern Obi controlled 10 tails in its first form. I wish you gave me an option. I don't know, man. 10 Tails Obito is above Susanoo. 10 Tails Obito Truth-Seeking Balls ignores durability. Semi-complete Madara could regenerate half his torso with it. You're immediately unaffected by any attack that's not Sage enhanced, and even then you are only minority affected. It's the craziest buff ever. Who would win? Hashirama versus the 10 Tails. People are saying Hashirama's stronger. I don't know. Guys, remember Obito, Jubi lost to Naruto and Sasuke using the same perfect Susanoo fusion with Kyuubi. People are... See, this is what I'm getting such different information here. People are saying, oh, they're easily beats Obito. Now I'm getting people saying that no, they didn't. Sarama's Karama, blah, blah, blah. The thing is, it appears if they are similar size, it shouldn't be the case, considering blah, blah, blah. That's what exactly happened here. But fighting with Naruto and hearing his words, you started to realize blah, 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 blah. However, at the same time, no matter how many times you look for it, a part of you still thinks that it doesn't exist. Grabs both of them, fights both of them. Okay, this is when they're side by side, though. This isn't when they're together, right? Does it make a difference when they're together? I'm getting stun locked by this right now. Hashirama once said that Obito in that form is stronger than him. I do have Jubito winning over Hashirama. Got chopped in half, didn't even know what happened. Okay, fine. We'll put 10 Tails Jinchuriki at SS or S plus. That's not what I wanted to do. Where did I put? Okay, Jubito transformation. Sure. What is this now? What jutsu is this? Oh, whoa. What jutsu is this? Tobirama's sealing jutsu. You are immune to all attacks that aren't Sage enhanced. I guess that's a pretty decent one. What the hell is this? Tandem paper bomb? Isn't this the endless paper bomb thing? Mutually multiplying explosive tags. Technique which forms a part of a fighting style purposely designed for those who have been reincarnated. A near infinite series of explosions using their own body as the medium. For the paper, the reincarnate individual creates several exploding tags. So, alright, so this is literally just Conan's ability. Just worse. So I'm going to put it below Conan's ability. Same tier or below Conan's ability? Put it below. Put it C tier. Put it C tier. Trash. Absolute trash because of the kamikaze ability. And it only works if you're an Ito Tensei. Yeah, so C tier without a doubt. C tier. Up next is the Enten Blaze-controlled Rasen Shuriken, which I think is pretty clearly S. Definitely S tier for sure. Easy S. Is this KCM2 or is KCM2 with the Truth Seeking Balls? Yeah, no, so they are different, right? So then this is KCM2 with Sage Mode, which goes into S. And then I guess Sage Mode Naruto would be S+, if I'm not mistaken. We put KCM in, oh yeah, S+. Yeah, we put regular KCM in A+, so KCM2 plus Sage Mode is S tier. Yeah, Sage of Six Paths is S. Sage of Six Paths is S+. Okay. Now, is this Sage Mode Sasuke? What? That's Sage Mode Susanoo? Sasuke with Jugo Sage Mode Amp, Sage Mode Susanoo. Alright, so would we just put that next to, would we put that on S? Not as good as perfect Susanoo, right? Gotcha. Same level as KCM, Sage Mode 2. Okay. Okay. People are saying A+, A+ at the most. Well, it's basically Sage Mode infused Susanoo. We got regular Susanoo at A+, so I'll put that in S. Okay. Up next, guys, we're almost done. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us for that literally almost 5-hour stream. Well, it's going to be 5 when we're done for sure, but god damn, man, this is insane. Okay, so we've got a couple left here. We've got this ability right here, which is Obito's DNA. Obito's DNA thing. Sword of Nunoboko. Thank you, guys. I sincerely need you to help me with the names here, because I lose all the names once we've gotten to this point. I won't lie to you. Sword of Nunoboko is a massive sword shaped like a double helix, formed from truth-seeking balls and was originally wielded by Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The sword is a holy relic only used once by the Sage of Six Paths to create the world, and in Obito's hands could just as easily destroy it. The blade was partially destroyed by Sasuke Uchiha's Susanoo sword while enhanced by Senjutsu and Kurama's chakra. Okay, so S. Not S+, just S, then, if that's the case, huh? I would have put it in S tier, but if Sasuke's Susanoo Kagutsuchi and the QB mode chakra can break it, then... Definitely up there, though. Definitely high up there. Better than chakra absorption, probably. Cuts through any and all things apart from a fuck ton of condensed chakra. Sword is as strong as your will, so it can be indestructible or weak as glass. I'd put it high S. Yeah, I think it goes highest in the high S, but I don't think it reaches S+. Unfortunately. I think it's very high S, but it doesn't reach S+. Up next, we've got Night Guy. Which... Is that S+? Is Night Guy S+? Creating the whole world as we know it is just yap, right? I mean, like... Instant S+. Yeah, I think Night Guy is absolutely just insane. That literally almost beats Jinchuriki Ten Tails Madara. Can only be performed after opening all 8 gates. The damage itself was so great, even Madara Uchiha as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki feared for his life. Sure, I feel like this is the same as like the Meteor, where it's like, and also not for nothing, the 8 gates is gonna kill you most likely anyway. So I mean, if you've already opened the 8 gates, you're probably prepared for death anyway. And the fact that it almost killed an immortal is OP. Would have killed the Ten Tails Jinchuriki if it wasn't Madara. You kind of do die from it, but again, like if you're opening the 8th gate of death anyway, you're probably already prepared for the death. So I don't think we should put that as a, you know, a neg on that one. And the fact that it was almost able to kill Ten Tails Jinchuriki Madara is what makes me put it on the same level as like S+. That's a good trade, and it's one for the history books. It would be destroyed by Obito's Kamui. You're capping. Absolutely capping right now. That's insane to say. And honestly, I don't think it would. Because right here, initiates the technique. Manifests into a burning shining flow, he then dashes forward at such an extreme speed, the space ahead of the user is distorted, making it impossible for the target to defend against. Yeah, I don't know. Kamui is not doing shit. Kamui ain't doing shit. You could Kamui through it yet? Nope, absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not. Kamui isn't even there, so it would just go past. No, if it's bending space to reach its opponent, Kamui's not doing shit. Up next is that lava release Rasen Shuriken. I don't have to, we're coming up on the 5-hour mark, and I don't have time to get stun locked, so it's S+. It's not getting negged by Kamui. You're wrong. I'm sorry, but I'm not having the argument with you. This is Lava Rasen Shuriken, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, Sage Art Lava Release Rasen Shuriken. It was powerful enough to bisect the entire Ten Tails tree. Yeah, probably full on S without a doubt. Yeah, Lava Rasen Shuriken is top of S without a doubt. Actually, probably maybe right below the Blade of Nabunoko or whatever the fuck it's called, but it's up there. It's a pretty devastating ability. Pretty fucking devastating. Cutting the chakra tree is pretty big moves. Here we have KCM Sage Mode Naruto. S plus. We already talked about this and we already confirmed this. Already confirmed this. Sage of Six Paths is S plus. Just got back and I'm still live. Yeah, I know. Trust me. I didn't expect this to be 5 hours. Maybe 3 to 4. Not 5. We're almost done though. We're powering through. Powering through for sure. S plus was a good idea. Yeah, it just seems like a lot of these abilities needed to hit S plus. Because like this is when we really do reach like God level Dragon Ball Z tier attacks. So yeah, it's honestly, it's very necessary. So yeah, KCM Stage Mode Naruto. Super true. Limbo is something that is give me a good reason to Limbo is pretty serious. Should that go S plus? Because it's pretty much almost impossible to dodge if you're a normal person, right? Like, unless you're of God Sage level, you're not doing anything. Madara projects a shadow of himself into Limbo, an invisible world that coexists with the physical world that is normally impossible to detect or perceive. With one Rinnegan, Madara can form one shadow, but with two, he can form up to 4. Each shadow has the same abilities as the real Madara, with the added advantage of being untrackable. The shadows can attack targets, giving the appearance of an inexplicable force, knocking them down, or they can defend Madara, giving the appearance of an invisible wall. Shadows are invulnerable to any kind of physical damage and cannot be harmed through conventional means. A shadow's very formation can be used defensively. Against most opponents, Madara's shadows give him an insurmountable advantage. Yeah, you literally need to be Sage level, Six Paths level to dodge. Yeah, so Limbo is S plus. Limbo is S plus without a doubt. Only 2 ninjas can detect Limbo. The only way to see or sense them is to have a Rinnegan or Sage of Six Paths. Yeah, it's a god ability. It's the ultimate stunlock, even if you have the power to fight. If you can't, it's not fair. Yeah, it's a god. Like I said, that's why S plus we had to make it, because these are like god level, whereas these are like greatest of the planet. These are like supernatural, higher than planetary level deity, you know, like gods. Yeah, the fact that you literally have to be Sage level to even handle the attack is OP. Without a doubt, that's pretty easy. Rinne Sharingan, I think should go right next to QB Chakra Mode. It's one-shot fight ending to one-shot world ending. Yeah, I feel like Rinne Sharingan should be right next to KCM Sage Mode. Basically, again, it's what levels you up to Sage level, so I think that's pretty fair. The kind of abilities that Sasuke gets with Rinne Sharingan are pretty OP. You basically let you become Toto as well. Up next is, what the hell is that Rasengan called? Sage Art Magnet Release Rasengan. Technically, it's available to Naruto after inheriting the Sage of Six Power, Sage of Six Paths. His Rasengan with Shikaku's Magnet Release to reinforce. He creates a Rasengan with its Beast Curse seal markings, smashes the sphere into its opponent. Being struck by the technique, the markings quickly spread across the target's body and completely immobilizes them. I don't know if I would consider this god. I don't know if I would consider this god level, right? I think we can just consider this S ability. We don't need to move this into S plus, right? It was able to hit a limbo clone. I'll do S. Yeah, the ceiling is insane. I would put it in S plus if it did damage, but it's just a ceiling jutsu, and it seems like it's almost impossible to avoid. Like, it was even able to hurt get a 10 tails and everything like that. So yeah, I think that's ridiculously enough to put it in like an S, you know, in an S tier. It stunned a limbo clone as well, which is, like I said, I wouldn't put it in God tier ability, but it's right there. Next is, what the hell is this? Sage Mode Chidori. What is this Chidori called? Hello? Amaterasu Chidori. Ah, Amaterasu Chidori. Yeah, Sasuke is briefly shown combining Chidori with Blaze release Kakutsuchi. When imbued with 6 Pats power, Sasuke's Chidori can be used to damage the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, whose body is otherwise impervious to standard ninjutsu. It's called Dark Chidori. It's 6 Pats. I think I would just... So I'm just going to put it right next to the Magnet release Rasengan, no? Same level as Magnet release Rasengan? Yeah. Cool. Infinite Tsukuyomi. I mean, I'd put it in S because it's pretty much an inescapable genjutsu. Maybe S plus. Infinite Tsukuyomi is the if you're not the MC, you're out. Well, here's my argument. We won't get stun locked in this world genjutsu, bro. ... automatically S plus. Here's my argument. Why would I put it above Perfect Susanoo when Perfect Susanoo is literally shown to defend it? So, like, if you have Perfect Susanoo, you're pretty much golden, right? And also, not for nothing, it's not like we can just go, okay, Infinite Tsukuyomi cast. If we want to talk about prep time, this is the jutsu that costs the most. It takes an entire series to set this up. So people that are saying only Sasuke has the Susanoo to dodge it. I mean, only a 10 Tails Jinchuriki has the ability to cast it. I'm putting it top of S. We won't argue. Maybe S plus. Whatever, fine. Bottom of S plus, and that's my final answer. Takes way more prep time than reanimation. That's so true, JWP. Kaguya's dimensional travel. I guess A plus, maybe? I mean, it's literally just dimensional travel. So, like, is it really that great? It's literally just a transportation ability. True, I guess you can dimension travel and trap people inside the dimensions and they can't do shit about it. True. Yeah, you literally can just isekai people. It's Kamui, but takes you to whatever dimension will kill you the fastest. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. Good point. I forgot that you could literally just trap people inside terrible dimensions. The use of everyone using periods is just crazy to me. The amount of periods, I think if we controlled F in this chat, the amount of periods that you guys have been leaving after your sentences this entire stream has been insane. Acid Dimension is just an instant win. True, true, true. Not as good as Kamui though. I mean, we'll put it. It's pretty good. You could trap people in a broken Ronin video. The worst possible offense. The Amaterasu Shuriken. That's literally all it is, right? Or maybe it's, what the hell? Kamui. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a Kamui Shuriken, not Amaterasu. After manifesting the complete body, Susanoo Kakashi is able to create several large projectiles shaped like Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, which he imbues with Kamui. The shuriken are then launched by Susanoo, rapidly spinning towards the intended target before cutting and instantly warping them into Kamui's dimension upon contact. Okay. It's pretty OP. That's pretty OP. It's Kamui that you throw. The plus side to it is that you can have multiple fucking Kamui shuriken and throw it. So yeah, definitely I think it's an S tier jutsu for sure. I wouldn't put it in S plus, but I definitely say S tier makes the most sense there. Is this the 10 Tails Beast Bomb? I don't remember what it's called. I gotta look it up. But that's Kaguya's. Right? What's Kaguya's? What is it called? Explosive Truth-Seeking Orb. Sorry. Or maybe not. Final Truth Seeker. There's so many different names. Expansive Truth Seeking Ball. Here we go. Found it. A Kekemora ninjutsu used by Kaguya Otsutsuki. It's composed of all 5 nature elements as well as yin yang. Released. Uses the God Tree to absorb chakra from all the people trapped inside. To create a maximized true seeking ball, a vast expanding mass of chaos with the power to reshape the world by obliterating it to absolutely nothing at first. Unlike the standard truth seeking ball, which a user starts with a set amount of spears that can't be regenerated, this technique does not have such limitations and can be generated from nothing. The sphere will continue to expand until it overwrites the previous dimension, completely annihilating it. If this happens, even previously synced space-time ninjutsu will be unable to return to the dimension. Oh, so it's literally just end everything button. Delete world and start fresh button. Yeah, automatically that's the most damaging and most powerful ability known to. It can literally destroy an entire dimension. There's not a jutsu that is literally stronger than that. That is literally the toppest of top tier. Nothing bigger than that. Nothing bigger than that whatsoever. Then you have the sealing jutsu that they use to seal Kaguya, which, like, Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. What do you guys think? It created the moon. It's so hard to seal, though. You have to really get both of your hands on that person, and if you're really doing that much, I mean, like, I would just, it's just a sealing jutsu, right? I'll put it in S. Put it in S. Maybe A. Kaguya, which is a god, couldn't break out of it. I mean, it's just sealing. I mean, most people can't break out of most sealing jutsu, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to hit. Okay. We'll leave it in S tier. It's fine. Then we have fucking full-on Sasuke's just maximum lightning Susanoo, which I think is S+ for sure. What's up, Iron Eyes? How we doing? S+ without a doubt. I mean, that can be said the same as whatever the fuck this is Naruto's doing and Indra's arrow, no? Yeah, everything is S+. I think that's pretty fair to say. The Susanoo powered up by all 9 Biju, Ultra Big Ball, Rasengan with the QB mode chakra and everything. These are Naruto and Sasuke's 2 strongest attacks possible. And then you literally just have the ability that just negs all of reality. I feel like the dimension destroying ball should be its own thing, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy. All right. We'll make S+. We have S++ because this is completely different from everything else. This is the only jutsu in all of Naruto that literally just destroys a dimension. I mean, even Indra's arrow isn't going to destroy the planet. So, I think, yeah, the what was Kishimoto thinking tier. All right, guys and girls, this is the absolute complete tier list for every Naruto jutsu. And I think it's pretty damn fair. Are there things that I should probably go back and fix? Maybe. Am I going to go back and do it? Absolutely not. Yeah, I can now genjutsu myself to sleep. Some minor tweaks here and there to make it more smoother, but great list nonetheless. Yeah, definitely some things that would need to be changed here or there. But yeah. Like, I could probably change C to D, change B to C, A to B, and make this A, make this S, and make, you know what I mean? Like, I could probably change this and it would be a little bit more realistic. Kodo Matsukami and this at B doesn't make much sense. This is pretty wild. This is pretty fair. But anyway, guys. Yeah. Let's download. And yeah, absolutely insane to me. Absolutely insane to me. There we go. Finally was able to save it. All right. Guys, I'm going to upload this on Twitter. The whole full tier list so I can hear what you guys have to say. If you don't follow me on Twitter, I'll let Nightbot go ahead and show you all the links that you need in chat. Nightbot will post the Twitter link. Go click it, follow me. I'm going to go ahead and post this. But yeah, guys, this was absolutely insane. We literally did it. This may not be every single Naruto jutsu, but it's for damn sure a lot of them. And we streamed for about 5 hours, going on 5.5. So I think it's easy to say that I'm not going to do any kind of wind down time. I'm just going to end stream because this was absolutely insane. I did not expect this to go for this long. And I'm definitely not going to do anything the rest of the night. That's for sure. Where did Talk No Jutsu land, though? Probably on the same level as S++ with the dimension ending truth ball. But anyway, guys, yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out with me throughout this entire thing. And regardless of all the arguing and all the insults that might have flown, I love every single one of you guys. This was a lot of fun. And quite honestly, contrary to popular belief, I enjoy arguing and debating different powers and anime stuff. A lot of fun. And I am definitely open to being wrong. And I know there's probably things that you may disagree with me on, but you know what? We're all a community, and I love you all so much. Had a lot of fun. Thank you, Tiberius, for the gifted membership to end the stream. Love that. But anyway, guys, yep, socials are in the chat. And I will see you guys in the next one. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your Saturday, day, night, whatever you're working into. I hope you accomplish every single goal you could put yourself into. But anyway, guys, I'm going to head out and get some much deserved rest. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Peace, peace.